Hello everyone and welcome to the Thursday stream. Slightly late today, but we're back nonetheless. So, you know, at least it wasn't a big delay.
Happy birthday, Myst.
It's not my birthday, but thanks. Wow. Anyway, how you guys doing? Hopefully this Thursday finds you all well. Second stream of the week and all that. Gonna be continuing on from where we left off last week with Higurashi Chapter 2 today. Not sure how long it's gonna take for me to finish it, because we're definitely finishing today. That's 100%. But once we're done, we're gonna jump into some FGO as well. Because yesterday I was gonna do some free-to-play anniversary stuffs, but the JP content basically took the whole stream, so I figured, you know what, we're probably gonna finish Higurashi early today. Hopefully. We'll see, I guess. And then for the rest of the time, we'll just do the free-to-play stuff that was kind of meant to happen yesterday. You gotta adapt, you know, and all that. So there you go, happenings. How was the doctor's visit? It was fine. Not bad. You sound sick. Well, it's probably because the doctor's visit. It's because, again, I went for my nose, because it's been, you guys probably know my nose has been bothering me for a good while now. Most of this year, in fact. So, yeah, they took a look at my nose and whatnot, so they put a lot of shit into it, so it's been very runny ever since I got back from the doctor's. So that's why it probably sounds like I'm a bit nasally, maybe a bit sick. I'm not sick, though, don't worry. I'm not actually sick. But, yeah, they just put some stuff into it, because they took a look at that. It was a lot of, like, I don't know what the fuck they used, but it was pretty strong. Like, it was, it stung and whatnot. I felt it. Oof. But yeah,
Did they take a shit on your nose?
Wow, I knew people were gonna make the same joke. Okay, dude, okay.
Last time in When They Cry, our MC is literally losing his shit. Everything
Not wrong.
is lies as he know. What will be next for this traumatic episode? This stream is sponsored by Extreme Kotomin Mapo Tofu.
True. Also, they cleaned my ears, which was not very pleasant, because I hadn't done it in a while, so... You know, they're in the same department, so they like took a look at my ears as well, so they cleaned that shit too. Oh boy. So yeah, I'll probably talk about my nose and whatnot as we get going here, but yeah, hello, how you doing? Hopefully everything is good. Don't think you'll have time for FGO? It's that long? You're joking me, bro. You're literally joking me. There's no way the final sub-chapter is like 3+ hours long, right? Oh my god. Well, okay, here's the thing. If it's giga long, we'll just do it tomorrow then. Fuck it, dude. We can adapt as much as we want, you know? Like, it doesn't matter. I know people are gonna be like, oh, I wanna see gambling, because I love gambling, but no. You know, if we have time, we do it. And if not, we'll just do it tomorrow. Because at least one thing's for sure, I can cut as much UMA as needed, okay? So that at least is a guarantee. So at the very latest, you'll see it tomorrow. But I'll be damn surprised if it's not today. Like, really? 3+ hours? Really? That's, I don't think the sub-chapters have never been that long, assuming there's only one left, which I don't know if there is. But I would assume so, because there's no hints left. So that's why I based my guess on that, so... I don't know. Just finished today. Well, that is the plan, yeah, Schnick, that is the plan, yeah. So we might just not do FGO today, depending on how long it takes. Okay. Anyway, happenings, we're back. Yay. Okay. Wow. So yeah, I think we should probably get started then, since, you know, it might take a while after all anyway. Okay. Hello. Hello. Oh wow, immediately a first-time chatter. That's a rare one. Hello, Eagliot. Is that how I pronounce your name? I'm not sure. My bad if I mispronounced it, but hey, welcome to the stream. Hello. Paid chatter. They didn't even say anything that was glazing, though. That's not paid chatter. They just said hello, you know? Come on. It's only paid chatter if it's glazing, I guess. an actual proper first time stream message. That's how it's pronounced. Cool. Hello, hello. But yeah, today is probably gonna be a bit more chill, hopefully. Well, chill as in like, you know, no crazy content, but the content itself might be a bit spicy, because it is a psychological horror visual novel. So there is that, I suppose.
Go!
Good afternoon, my liege.
You might need even overtime? You're joking.
127
Really?
for gifting Queen Eglete a subscription.
You're saying it might even need overtime? That's crazy. Okay, just spoil me. How many sub-chapters are there left then? It can't be just one, right? Actually, but I thought it was one because, again, there's no hints anymore. So how many is it then? I guess they just stopped giving you hints after, or the tips rather, the interludes after the last chapter. And there's still gonna be multiple chapters anyway. I just thought it was one based on that, but like how many is it then? Like you can tell me that at this point. Wow. Also, Brad, 70 months, holy moly. Thank you so much, and welcome back to the Go Gang. And also liking, hey, sniping Igly at the sub, hey, enjoy. Wow, immediately subbed. Welcome to the Go Gang. Cheers. Okay. Alright, let's go then, frickin' dude. It is 12 total? Wait, so it is one? So for some reason the final sub-chapter is just insanely long. Like I think the longest so far in both chapter 1 and chapter 2 was like maybe 2 hours? And I feel like that's already generous. So you're saying this last chapter is like 3-4 hours, maybe even more? Oh my. Anyway, what the hell is happening? Mom is she doesn't sound too that tone was weird. Did you hear that? What the hell was that? Oh, because I guess he's tweaking. He's going crazy again. Yeah. True. Normally my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did. Dude, my nose is still burning. I don't know what the fuck they used. It was some kind of... Apparently it was like... It's some kind of thing that numbs my nose. And also apparently it had adrenaline in it too. I don't know if that affects the feeling. But man, my nose is freaking burning right now. Like even... Like it's been an hour or so. But it's still like burning. Holy... Oh my... Excuse me. Lobotomized? Yeah, true. True. They took a piece out. Wow. Jokes.
そうね。もしもってことに比べたら、学校を何日かお休みにするくらい。
それよりも、こんな物騒な事態になったら、学校なんか休校にするのが筋
Honestly,
じゃない
they're
の
not
か
wrong, and they should do that, so I don't know what the hell they're doing. Hey, Ryan.
まったく、学校の先生方は人の子を何だと思ってるんだ。
Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date by self, I really had no interest in anything. That is pretty damn diabolical of a comment, X. Holy moly, dude. Calm down now. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication.
圭一、学校の勉強はどうなんだ？圭一の方が進んでるくらいじゃないのか？
Well, I guess he just, you know, slept over it, like, I don't know, or this is right after, I don't know.
もしそうなら、しばらくお休みしてもいいんだぞ。
I was check out. Well, I just talked about it, but yeah. Okay, well, I might as well, yeah. So, again, the X-ray came out clean. Good. Then she even, again, she looked through both my ears and my nose today, the doctor. She looked at both, like, you know, scouted it. That's why my nose is still burning. No abnormalities, okay? So that's good. So physically, there shouldn't really be anything really wrong, okay? So that's great, right? But the problem is we still don't know exactly why my nose is behaving the way it is. So I got prescribed like a new type of spray again, which I'm gonna be using for about 3 months apparently, twice a day now. So we'll see if that affects it. And just observing in general if it could maybe be an allergic thing or something. But yeah, physically there shouldn't really be anything wrong with my nose. Ask about allergies. Well, it was a topic as well, but again, I never have had allergies. So the thing she's prescribed me is like an anti-allergy thing at the same time. So if it works, I don't know, maybe we can make some, you know, we can figure it out from there, you know, because it's kind of used for stuff like that. Also, apparently I should change my pillow because, you know, that might have enough, because it's the worst in the morning. So I don't know, I'm gonna try a different pillow now as well. I'm just gonna try everything I can, you know. I go to public hospital or private? Public. That's why it took a long while for me to get an appointment anyway. No, not the ducky. Okay. Okay. You fuckers get the wrong ideas immediately. It's not that. My normal pillow that I rest my head on. Oh my god. Bro. I hate everyone. Okay. Anyway, there you go. So we're gonna hopefully try some stuff again and see if it works. Okay. I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Yo, hey. Hey. Timely. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet things now were completely different.
Pillow, me Zappa blush.
Ayo. That would probably not be very comfortable, but okay. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. Yo, shout out to World of Fear. You guys remember that game? I played like once or twice on stream for like a spookathon. It's like Junji Ito inspired. It's kind of cool. I should check it out maybe someday again, because I assume they've updated the game a lot since it was like an alpha or something. Or was it World of Horror? I forgot. Is it called World of Fear or Horror? I feel like it's horror now that I think about it. Yeah, it's probably World of Horror. I don't remember. Is World of Fear or World of Horror? I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny little and incredibly stupid curiosity, and broke the taboo.
ここは入ってはいけないところなんだろう。やめようぜ。鍵がかかっているのを勝手に開けて押し入るなんて、たとえ物を盗まなくったって犯罪なんだぞ。シオンだってこれが合いびき現場じゃないと分かったなら十分だろう。俺はこんなのには全然興味はないんだ。こんなところにいる間にリカちゃんの演舞が終わっちゃったらどうするんだよ。
I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomitake's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go. Takano was threatening, but I pushed her away. Tomitake grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away, because dance was still going on. Then at last her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red, I clapped, and I clapped. Ooh. Hey yo. Huh?
レナちゃんじゃない？
Oh no. I gotta sneeze it, or I blow my nose again. Oh, it just never ends, dude. God, I hate this, dude. Man, it's burning.
いつもの時間だから迎えに来たんじゃない？
I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Rena.
圭一、しばらく学校を休んだ方がいいんじゃないのか？
そうだね。気を使ってくれてありがと
I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena.
おはよう。今日から集団登校だから。遅れちゃダメだよ。
Ah, that's right. If we, the ones farthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there would be waiting for us.
う。俺さ、今日からしばらく休むことにするよ。
Valid.
学校。
She answered, shortly nodding.
圭一くんが自分の体に一番優しい過ごし方を選ぶべきだと思う。だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。あ、それからこれ回覧板。お母様に渡しておいてくれるかな。いろいろ大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache.
警察も
Not Shion, though,
必
aware.
死に探してくれてる。きっと見つかるから待ってよ。ね。
Rena said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe.
レナは俺を問い詰めないんだな。
うん。
レナは知ってるんだろ。俺があの晩
西宮殿に忍び込んだことかな。
Oh, that tone was kinda different. I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little.
筒抜けなんだな。まったく悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
Hey, Seth, how you doing? So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
でもね、きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのは忍び込んだことより
You're
も。
boiling and dying. Damn. It was actually kind of pleasant today outside. It had a light drizzle when I got back. What is burning though, however, is my nose. After getting it checked out, man, I don't know what the hell she put in there, but oh my. I'm still feeling that burn in my nose.
それを隠していたことだと思うの。圭一くんは自分から言い出して謝らなくちゃいけなかったんじゃないかな。
I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it.
レナの言う通りだな。
You walk up to 31 Celsius? That's crazy. I assume you were already like kind of, already drenched with sweat when you woke up. That's crazy.
俺はいつもレナに教えられるまで何も気づかなくて。
圭一くん、もしもだよ。もしも圭一くんが悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めてみーちゃんに謝っていたら。
What did he do to offend Mion again? I think it was the thing that he doesn't just see her as a girl at all, and he didn't even consider giving her the doll or whatever, and then he ended up thinking that she and Shion are the same person, so she ended up doing it to Shion instead later because she thought she was making it up with Mion, and then it made it worse because they weren't the same person, and she happened to be there when he did it, and it was fucking crazy. But yeah, to be honest, I agree with liking. It was kind of Shion's fault for kind of gaslighting him into all this shit. I don't blame him for being confused about it.
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいなくならずに済んだのかな。
I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Rena telling me right now, though? That I should have admitted to my crimes sooner? If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Her eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and they stared fixedly into my own.
ああ、そうだ。
If I had admitted my crime sooner, then Rika and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. Smack! The palm of Rena's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt. At all.
誰も圭一君のことを叱らなかったと思う。だから私が代わりに圭一君を叱るね。
Well, I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at her feet.
入ってはいけないところに勝手に入るのはとても悪いこと。それはわかる。
God damn, her voice is so different now, dude. When she's like this, it's completely different.
あ
返事ははいだよ、圭一君。
あ、はい。
そしてもっと悪いのは自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。悪いことをするのはとてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことはもっともっと悪いことなんだよ。
Pretty true. Pretty true.
はい。僕が悪かったです。
For a few moments, she stared at me silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then finally the tension in her face softened and she
How
smiled.
much money do I have to pay you to do a Gravity Falls watch along?
Gravity Falls? Was that the cartoon or am I thinking of something else? Otherwise I have no idea what that is. Sonic with the 19 months. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Go Gang, yeah? Thank you. Is AC banned in Finland? Why would it be banned? It's pretty normal here. Is it banned in some countries? Is that why you're saying that? Cartoon. So I guess you're a big fan of that. I wouldn't say I have a big interest in it, but you know. $100 million. A small load of $1 million. All the memes.
私は行くよ。
あ
回覧板お母様に渡し
Some
ておいて
European
ね。
countries do limit the buying of it. Really? Why? Why would they do that? Especially on countries where it gets really hot. UK had some drama about it. People were installing on their own, which isn't allowed. They hit the fines. Oh yeah, I mean, that's the same in here as well. I assume in every country. If you're not qualified for it, it is illegal to install it yourself. Like you're not supposed to do that. You need someone to install it that you know is qualified for it. Oh my god, dude. My nose. Okay.
あと回覧板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって。
Yeah, sadly, it just never plays cold. It's an amazing insert. But it never plays because it has two other scam inserts in Season 2 instead. Even the window type? Yeah, I don't think you're not allowed to install anything yourself. I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. Also, here we mostly use like, I think they're called like pumps. They're an AC, but they also do the opposite if needed. They can also heat up. Whereas ACs only cool you down, right? They're only meant to like cool the air. But like these things that we use, that I have as well, is like it's double the function of an AC, and then it can also warm the place when it's like really cold in the winter or something. Like you can set it to whichever mode it has. It has a lot of functionality. Look at the fancy remote it has as well. Wow. I can use this to like beep beep beep. So yeah, that's the kind of one I have. The pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. This guy's rich now. I just got lucky. That's the thing. I didn't pay a single dime for it. Like, they're not standard in this building of mine with apartments. Mine just happens to have it because the previous guy who lived here installed it, and obviously he can't take it with him when he moved out. So mine now, bitches. Thanks for the freebie, bro. My had stopped at a single more light-hearted page with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. What is he thinking about? Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. Oh, he's remembering what she said.
なんだこれ
I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. Did they take extra rent from you for letting you? Well, I don't know how much others pay here, so it's hard to say, but, you know, I don't think it's considering how good the location is, I feel like the rent is kind of fair. And honestly, you know, having the AC is great too. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels, and to please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it tied together.
醤油をもらいに行くなら園崎家か。レナ、お前ひょっとして知ってたんじゃ。
うん、知ってた。
She had already been sus of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Oh! Rika wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. A meeting on the day the mayor disappeared, didn't Oishi say? Does soy sauce go bad? I don't know, does it? I feel like it lasts forever at least. Not sure if it ever actually truly goes bad, but it definitely lasts for a long time. And the 3 families participated in it. The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say the current leader was really old, so her heir, Mion, frequently stood in for her at public appearances? With the mayor, while the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. Oh my. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. She was part of the family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Morge store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all.
俺、ミオンのところへ行く。
Ooh, he's just gonna confront her? Ooh.
謝ってくるよ。
Or that, but probably actually confront.
もう全部終わりにしてもらう。
Huh? 07, dude.
ミオンはきっと簡単には許してくれないだろうけど、もうこれ以上誰も犠牲にならないように頼んでくる。
With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Elena to exit the house. When she stopped me.
私も行くよ。
I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but I guess we're about to find out.
レナ、学校はいいのかよ。
There's a fog gate in front of Mion's house now, true.
学校なんかよりもっと大切な用事だよ。
レナは来るな。この上、レナまで巻き込まれたら、俺は頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
She didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way. Ooh.
ケイチ君までいなくなったら、私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。だから、ケイチ君だけを行かせない。
She argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them and I knew the strength of her resolve.
わかった。行こう。ありがとう、レナ。
She nodded slightly but firmly and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go to Myod's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. Surely. With Rena following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. Oh, he's still there. It was Oishi.
いやー、おはようございます。前原さん。
I don't know, I just love his voice every time. It's so fun.
それから龍宮さんも。朝から羨ましいですね。
What a truly praiseworthy man he was. If he ever had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
ありゃ、龍宮さんには名乗ってませんでしたっけ？
Is this guy just camping outside his house? He is, for the past few days, yeah. Because Keiichi is really connected to the big incident revolving around the Watanagashi. So he really wants to keep questioning him more and more.
これは失礼しました。私、沖宮署の大石と申します。どうぞよろしく。
大石さんに喋るのか？
I mean, I guess they could use all the help.
圭一君の罪は私の平手だけであがなえるけど、みーちゃんの罪はこの人たちにあがなってもらわなくちゃいけない。
Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up in my heart.
大石さんにお話があります。
はてはて、どんなお話でしょうか？ここで立ち話します？それとも車の中でしますか？
車の中でします。
I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was to be thankful for how dependable Rena was. You didn't happen to watch episode before the stream, right? No, I was pretty occupied today, so no, I didn't watch any League, no. Was there something spicy? I assume G2 wasn't playing though, because they already played yesterday, right? At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention, every now and then took notes. We continued that way for a while.
どうです。話したら、なんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないですか？
He asked as well as scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me not knowing up to my or owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as the payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static. Oh.
はい、もしもし、大石です。
Oh, is Mion not in school as well? Classic. Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about, Sonic. Fair enough.
はいはい。引き続き見張りお願いします。
了解しました。3号、7号は先ほど応援が到着、起動しました。あと、課長は大石さん探してるみたいっす。私のとこにも連絡がつき次第ってさっきから何回もうるさいっすけど、どうします？
ね。答えに窮したら、実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてるとか、ごまかしといてください。
Classic. The radio grew silent.
いや、失礼。仕事の連絡でした。
今、 園崎家前は動きなしって言ってましたよね。
ありゃ、そんな風に聞こえちゃいました？
Clueless?
そりゃ困ったな。秘密にしてくださいよ。課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。
Oh, wow. Okay. Oishi had suspected Mion for a long time.
事情聴取も家宅捜査も、とにかく何にも許可が下りないんですよ。
Yeah, I guess because the Sonozaki has the police under their fingers, so he can't get permission to anything that could, be used against them. So he has to go rogue for shit like this.
園崎本家を守ろうという園崎家の防衛機能がガッキガキに作用しちゃってるらしくて、令状がなくちゃ私たち現行犯以外は何にも手出しできませんからね。
大石さんってひょっとして。
Rena's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oishi.
園崎家に踏み込めないものだから、圭一君に踏み込ませようとしてたんじゃないですか？
Wow. Sneaky.
レナ、それはどういう意味だ？
この人は私の想像通りならとても卑劣な人。
人聞きが悪いですね。でもお説は拝聴しますよ。
Well. Oishi lit a cigarette and responded to Rena, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comments slide.
あなたは令状が取れないけれど、みーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。
Oh, tomorrow is NA versus EU at MSI? Oh, dude. That sounds very spicy. I might watch that. I assume it's already going to be underway by the time I wake up, but, I'll definitely catch a lot of it, hopefully.
圭一君を焚きつけて、園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。そして、圭一君に何かがあれば、それを口実に踏み込むつもりだった。
Very sneaky tactics.
そうでしょう。
I only understood about half of what Rena was saying. I knew, however, that Oishi had been trying to use me.
その結果、圭一君が襲われるかもしれないのに、恥知らず！
Ooh, she's mad.
これが警察のやり方なの？
いやいや、こりゃ飛んだところに名探偵がいたも
Oh,
ん
it
だ。
starts 3 hours before my stream? Oh, I'll definitely be awake then. I probably, unless it's a fast series, I don't think I can watch all of it, but I'll just watch as much as I can.
いやはやいやはや。あなた、うちの試験受ける気ありません？刑事課配属の推薦状、書いてあげてもいいですよ。
Jokes.
卑劣か。
She spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility.
私もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、若いお嬢さんの短い一言が
No smokes
一番答えますよ。
What a fucking surprise.
Classic.
でも、結果として今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことには感謝しておきますね。
そりゃどうも。
Oh, she seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Rena. The things this man thought were like a swamp, I could barely see past the surface. He reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられるお二人は、これからどうするつもりです？私が証拠固めを終えて、令状が請求できるまで、のんびり待っててくれるわけですかな。
Hey, Cubey, how you doing? I gotta blow my nose again. Oh my, this thingy that they put in there, I don't know, man. It's still burning. Oh man. Man, it's a very runny nose, man.
そんなの待ちません。私たちが行って、みーちゃんを自首させます。
Whoa. That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
さてさて、そんなにうまくいくでしょうかね。
Yeah, I wouldn't have high hopes for that either, to be honest. Considering how, crazy she seems to be.
下手すりゃ、あなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれませんよ。
He was measuring our resolve. So in a strong voice I declared.
そんなのは覚悟の上です。
He gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience.
もし私たちに何かあったなら、それを口実に踏み込んでください。
Oh wow. She don't mind being used as bait. Wow.
犯人を取り逃がさないように、ぐるりと取り囲んでくださるのが一番の希望なんですが。
This is gonna be a very tense finale, isn't it?
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。参りましたよ。降参です。
どういうことだよ。
警察の人がみーちゃんの家を包囲しておいてくれるなら、これが万が一の時の保険になるの。
Wow. Do I take any protein powder? You're taking coffee flavored yeast protein. It tastes surprisingly decent. No, I don't use really I don't take powder, but I do eat some like curds. As if I need supplement. God damn, that was just a jump scare of his knees.
万が一の時の。
Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
おいしいよりくまちゃんへ。おいしいよりくまちゃんへ。お友達が2人、園崎家へ遊びに行きます。増援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしくお願いします。
I like the code they're using here. Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
では、参りましょうか。お茶菓子でも買っていきます？
Neither Rena nor I went along with his stupid joke. Oh, dude, it's about to get tense. Climax is approaching. Oh my. Oishi stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road.
お送りできるのはここまでです。情報では、園崎本家は自宅周辺に監視カメラをかなり配置しているらしいんですよ。でもご安心を。何度か死角をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機してます。指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくださればすぐにわかりますよ。
Oh, you have a lot of preparation.
絶対に説得しますから、自首を認めてくださいね。
In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend.
くれぐれも注意してください。今さら信じないでしょうが、できることなら、あなたたちに犠牲になって
Like he is saying, it is hard to believe considering how willingly he is using them just to, get the culprit.
本当に今更だな。
With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I'd never have expected this would be happening today.
行こう、ケイチ君。
Then I took the lead and began to walk down the road I'd never been.
レナはミオンの家には行ったことがあるんだよな。
うん、何度もあるよ。とても大きな家でね。お庭なんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。松茸が取れるとかなんとかで、いつもは柵がしてあるんだけどね。
Big enough to fit a mountain. That was amazing. One of the three families controlling Shinamizawa and the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonosaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen.
この森、いや、山か。
They really don't want people there, huh?
まるまる庭なのか。
庭というか領地だね。見ての通り私有地ではあるけど、手入れも何もしてないから散策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like always, she said there were security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional.
俺たちが来るの、ミオはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
見てないと思うな。だってみーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本人の2人しか住んでないんだもの。カメラを見張ってる人がいないし。
What a useless security system.
みーちゃんのお父さんがいろいろ大変な人みたいでね。だから一族がみんなで集まるときにはちゃんと機能しているらしいよ。
That's right. Mion's father. He was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate, as big as I'd imagined, appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandmother, in a house with such a grand gateway?
いるかな。
Beep! The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released, and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion. Whoa.
こんな時間に珍しいね。
Well.
二人とも学校は？
She didn't seem all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。
ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも？二人とも不良なんだからな。
She smiled lightly in the way that she knew we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。入りなよ。
She gestured us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Elena.
行こう。
She smiled cheerfully as if we were passing through the gate of a good friend's house and then did just that. I rally myself and then go through the gate too. Well, they're in now. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you think of when you hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
ああ、でけえ家じゃねえか。
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。観光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。私は早く ごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。
Well, she dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolts.
気にしないで。最近は物騒だからね。日中でもこれくらいはしておかないと。
ああ、そうだな。
Maybe it was my imagination, but I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile.
では、ご案内申し上げます。どうぞこちらへ。
She bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Then I gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチ君、硬くなりすぎかな。
Blow my nose again. Is this ever gonna end, dude? Oh my god.
Surely nothing bad will happen, clueless.
Surely not. Not a scary situation at all.
私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oishi's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone, and laughed at myself. I have summer allergies or something? Well, today I had my nose checked up, so they put some shit in that really irritated it, because they had to like put cameras and shit too. It was like a numbing thing that also apparently had adrenaline or something, and it's like burning my nose still over an hour later. But yeah, again, my nose has been acting up a bit lately, so that's why I was there to begin with. So maybe we'll figure it out. It might be allergies, because again, to recap, for those that just joined, physically there's not really anything wrong with my nose, so that's great. The x-ray came up clean. She looked at my nose, nothing seems abnormal, nothing alarming, no need for like any kind of physical procedures or anything, so that's great. Just that we don't exactly know why it's like this for me. So it could be an allergy, which we're trying to figure out next by, you know, I'm gonna use like a new spray and whatnot. See if it helps. Hopefully. So right now my nose is still kind of burning up from the stuff that they put in it.
ミオン、この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石は何だ？邪魔だぞ。
There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Then I noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled.
レナは知ってるのか？これは何だ？何かのおまじないか？
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いでもいいんだけど。
Is that a normal thing?
ケイチ君、その石の真上にね、ツバメの巣があるの。
Okay.
え？あ、本当だ。
人様の家なのに、ツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作ってるってわけ。
Well, burbs.
代々語り継いでるのか、季節になると決まってここに巣を作るんだよ。迷惑してるんだけどね。
つまりね、そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから靴を脱がないようにっていう目印なの。
I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔、養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。ご先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだけどね。それを思うと、これはちょっと罰当たりなのかな。
Yeah, of course, Maestro. It's the most wholesome story there is.
ま、上がって上がって。
The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either.
冗談でしょ。隙間風は入るし、冬場は寒いし。人の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ。あれは羨ましいよな。冬場は暖かそうだし。
This room really, it reminds me a little bit of Shiro's house. But again, it's got a standard Japanese, like, you know, bigger individual house, rural house anyway. Again, like standardizing stuff anyway.
でも雪下ろしは大変かもね。
雪下ろしは大変って、そんなに雪が降るのか、ひなみ沢は。井戸は関東より南なくらいだろ。ここいらって暖かい土地なんじゃないのか。
ケイチ君知らないの？
This is so awkward. Like they're all talking, doing this small talk and whatnot, but then they're gonna have to, you know, bring up the topic soon. Oh no.
ひなみ沢は豪雪地帯なんだよ。
It's all so friendly for now.
大雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃうの。
This game doesn't really feel scary with the console art. Are you saying this would be a lot scarier though? I don't know about that, Chief. I feel like this feels even less scary to me, you know? I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel like the original art is even less scary. The fucking boxing glove hands, dude, I can't. Well, the background, maybe then, I agree. The background is a bit more, you know, clean and basic compared to the original. So there I might be able to agree, but I don't think the character sprites could ever be, like, less scary than the original. So I'll say that much. Oh, I think the character sprites are still better here. We should play a chapter with the old art. We could consider maybe it for, like, chapter 3 or something. Just to see how it feels like. But I'm not gonna change at this point for chapter 2 at least.
玄関なんか埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ。止めた車が完全に埋まっちゃって見つからないことだってあるんだから。
I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa was that bad a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like this place got plenty of snow, so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried, not being able to find your car. Those were the OG sprites? Yeah, they are the original, yeah. That's way too much snow.
地理の授業で習ったでしょ。日本海側は大陸からの寒風がそのまま流れてくるからね。山脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるような軟弱な太平洋側とはわけが違うんだから。
俺、軟弱でもぬくぬくでも何でもいい。寒いのは嫌だ。
これは今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
I'm sure that's gonna happen, and this won't end really badly right here.
嫌だ嫌だ、全力で嫌だ。寒いのは嫌いだ。強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
We should change it to the old art style when she went crazy in the last stream. But you couldn't even see the sprite though. That was just a phone call. And that wasn't Mion anyway, right? Unless you're talking about something else. Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had, then told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment.
でもね、冬は冬で楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。冬の部活もね、きっと楽しいんだよ。
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部活だぞ。寒中水泳やら雪中行軍やら。ここはいつから八甲田山になったんだ。
確かに冬場の罰ゲームは。
Oh, you mean like the CG kinda, where you could see like the crazy smile? Did that have an OG version? If anything, I thought it would like have nothing on the OG, because a lot of those CGs were added to the remake only. Yeah, that's what I thought. It looked like one of those that is only in the remake, that the original probably just had voice, right? It probably didn't have anything on it. It definitely felt like that.
雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor could be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
雪合戦もやるし、かき氷の大食いとか雪中宝探しとか。
だからなんで外で遊ぶんだよ。雪が降ってんだから
Yeah, I assume the OG doesn't do CGs like at all, right? It's probably only sprites and backgrounds. But I don't know, maybe that's some. But I would assume it's just basically sprites and backgrounds. Maybe that's some though, maybe some really big ones. But probably just backgrounds and sprites. Oh, it does have 0 CGs? Okay, so it is like that. I do think they add to the game though, honestly. That's the one thing I like about the remake, even though one could argue, yeah, you know, the backgrounds are a bit less scary and they're like basic and clean, but I do like the CGs, they're very nice. So if we do play a chapter in the original art style, you could just let me know when there's a CG, so I'll just swap for that moment so I can see what the CG looks like. Stuff like that. Because like, I remember in the first chapter, it was like the one where, it was Rena like looking through the fucking door and with her fingers coming through as well. That was like one of the most tensest moments so far in this entire 2 chapters. So having the CGs there really added to that. I settle things with a cross chop to the head. How long does it snow where you live? Even in the south here, I feel we still have snow for about at least 5 months of the year, I would say. Maybe even 6. I think it's been getting longer with, you know, climate change. So around, you know, somewhat around half the year we have snow. Obviously, depending on the month, there's a lot of it or like barely any, so it depends. The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set. Oh wow. Some of the CGs are kind of goofy and kind of have weird proportions. I guess.
お茶受けはごませんでいい？羊羹とか気の利いたものがなくて申し訳ないね。
あ、いいよいいよ。別にお茶を飲みに来たわけじゃないし。
And with those words, the smile disappeared from Rena's face. Ah, she did it. The one careless statement reminded of us what we had nearly been able to forget. Aware? I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air, that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago, had slipped through the cracks in the paper door and altogether disappeared. No, I haven't seen the anime, okay. I plan on like reading the visual novel fully and then maybe eventually just watching through the anime stuff afterwards. Because I kind of want to like experience it like the quote-unquote ideal way. I assume some of the anime is actually very good, maybe, because I think I have seen people praise some of the parts, but I've been enjoying the visual novel quite a bit, and I kind of like experiencing like this for the first time, so. But in the future, I probably will check out some of the anime after I'm done reading this stuff. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Rena and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ。召し上がれ。
We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy.
毒なんか入ってないよ。
Thanks.
そこまで信用ないかな。
Well.
心外だね。
Way to break the ice. Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, and so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
おいおい、ケイちゃんもレナも、客はそっちなんだよ。用があって来たんじゃないの。そっちから切り出してくれなきゃ、 おじさんも困っちゃうんだけどな。
Rena and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Then I opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
ケイチ君。
いいんだ。俺は来るべくして来たんだ。俺から喋らせてくれ。
うん。わかった。
ケイちゃんが私に、何の話かな？お宅のお嬢さんを私にください？ダメだよ。うちのレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. She said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders.
ミオ、まず、謝ることがある。
ケイちゃんが？何を？
She pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I'd clearly gotten my point across.
綿流しの晩、俺は、神社の、祭具殿に、入ったんだ。
I could see her expression immediately become harder.
入ってはいけない場所だったのは知ってた。でも、ほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで、悪気はなかったんだよ。でも、いけないことだったんだよな。謝る。この通り。
To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I'd meant it as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression she had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop.
参ったな。いきなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。参った参った。
I looked up to see that her face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でも、それが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことを、ちょっとでも理解してくれた。
Including yourself, right?
それでいいよ。業に入りては業に従えって、昔から言うもんね。
あれからもう、何日も経ってる。今更だとは思うが、謝る。悪かった。許してくれ。
I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ。ケイちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいいんじゃない？
Mion spoke it like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it.
みーちゃん、ケイチ君はちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。みーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃないのかな。
私は真剣だよ。
It's so funny hearing Rena's talking quirk when she's serious. Like it feels like it's so misplaced, but it's like she can't help it, dude.
レナには私が不真面目そうに見える？
見えるよ。
Rena was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it's felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that.
ケイチ君。
That's cursed portrait. Honestly, by then I'm hoping that meme is just completely dead and no one, it's just a distant memory of the past.
もういいよ。全部話そう。みーちゃんもそれを望んでいるようだし。
I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ、おととい、リカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
覚えはないけど、そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
夕方過ぎのお夕食前の時間。 リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。お醤油の大瓶を持って、お裾分けしてもらいに。
Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit.
どうしてそう思う？
そんなに難しい話じゃない。
Detective Rena on the case.
みーちゃんも見たでしょ？リカちゃんの部屋。
Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking.
冷ややっこがあるのに、お醤油がなかった。そして、流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も、瓶ごとなかった。
何それ？それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ。
Well, that's what I tried to do, Dragon. But, you know, because of memes, it's kind of hard to do it the old-fashioned way.
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。お前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。醤油をお裾分けするって。
Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんは、リカちゃんを、隠してしまった。
Oh, she changed her word there. Then I hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word.
そして、本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね。みーちゃんにとっては。
そりゃあどういう意味かな。
Clueless?
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。
Oh.
そして、
What was that?
さとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をし
Oh,
た。
she's cracking, dude.
うちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？うん。きっとこんな感じ。
She's too good of a detective. Oh no.
似てる似てる。
みーちゃんは、ちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。リカちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。だから、さとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
誘い出す？へえ。どんな感じでかな。
Mion prodded Rena on as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Rena was saying must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。
How do I rate Higurashi out of 10 so far? You should probably ask me when I finish this chapter, so then it's a bit more of a easier thing to say, but I don't know, 8. It's pretty good. I like it. It's nice.
さとこ、
But we'll see how I feel after I finish this chapter as well.
実は今日、
Climax
食
is
事を
probably
作りすぎちゃった
gonna
んだ
make
け
it
ど、食べ
even
に来な
better.
い？リカちゃんは先に来て、もう食べてるよ。こんな感じ。
Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee.
へえ。電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに。
Whoa.
どうしてそこまで。
冷蔵庫に、さとこちゃんの作った2人分のお夕食が、まるまる手つかずで、
There
ラ
you
ップに
go.
包まれて入ってたから。
For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. Ooh. Is she gonna drop the facade soon? She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena.
そんなことで。どうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃ
She's
う
so
わ。
angry that she actually is that smart about it.
長くなるから説明は省くけど、冷蔵庫の中身が、みーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face. Oh.
これは。
Oh. Alright, here we go. I think it's about to happen. I think the mask is coming off.
とんだ名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ。
Whoa.
まさか、冷蔵庫の中身だけで、電話の内容まで見破るとは。参ったな。参った参った。
Oh no. As if a dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Why would you use the word dam there? That's kind of fitting, but also sus. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Bruh.
She laughs.
True. She grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like she had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true.
とんだ名探偵か。みーちゃんこそ、大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。大石さんも私のこと、とんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
As soon as she heard Oishi's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell.
ミオ、警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。この家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと、今も様子を伺ってる。
They're odd to her. Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Lena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, she seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんも、みーちゃんが。
富武さんと高野さんも、ミオンなのか？
Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Her expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment. She had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Sonozaki Mion, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire clan. She quietly placed both hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself.
初めてご挨拶申し上げます。園崎本家当主跡継ぎ、ミオンでございます。
Her movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Rena and I could do was watch, baffle at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing.
本日はようこそ園崎本家においでくださいました。当主お領に代わりまして、皆様にご挨拶申し上げます。皆様におかれましては、いろいろお尋ねになりたいことがおありの様子。私にお話しできることでしたら、包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
What? What did she just say? She said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes.
本当に何を尋ねてもいいんだな。
Are they just gonna directly ask about the victims then?
知る限りをお話しいたしましょう。皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたのでしょうから。
Rena and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask her. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now.
どうしてこんなことを？
That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano and Tomitake as well. No, even further back, for all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えは少し長いものになります。それでもよろしければ。
Oh wow.
どうか。
We're about to get some crazy lore here. Oh boy. Gotta blow my nose before that happens. God damn. Now it's only one of the sides. I think the other one is fully done now. Now only one of the sides remain. Okay. Alright. Are we about to get some answers? Let's find out. She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago.
ひなみ沢村がかつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知ですか？
Rena nodded lightly, then shot me a glance asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onigafuchi village, yes. I heard all about it that night from Takano in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic.
そうです。鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは鬼の血を引く誇り高き仙人たちでした。ふもとの村々の人たちは崇め、そして敬いました。ですが、そういう空気も徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
The black ships arrived. The end of the era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onigafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は一方的にひなみ沢村に改められてしまいました。古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています。
The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All the things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で、滝壺に落ちていく花びらのように、あっという間に鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです。
At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war, the first Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out, they recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization.
この頃にはもう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は失われていました。
Golden Kamui intensifies. Great freaking show.
かつて仙人と崇められた村人たちは否認扱いを受け、神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか合病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ、 苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces and devoured. Never ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onigafuchi village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onigafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. It's kind of fricked up, bro. Oh, Fate, how you do it?
裁判も起こしました。出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴えて。
Crazy.
でも敗訴しました。
出
身の虚偽は結婚の上での重大な詐称行為にあたるのだそうで。
ひどいね。そんなの。
I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was. A modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time. I recalled being sus about it, and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
まあ、自業自得と言えないこともないのかもしれません。私たちのご先祖様は、自分たちに鬼の血が流れていることを誇りに思い、自慢し、麓の人々を蔑んで暮らしてきたのですからね。その神秘性で麓の村人たちを怖がらせ、畏怖と貢ぎ物の献上を要求してきたのですから。
With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery.
太平洋戦争中は国民一丸のスローガンが流れながらも、ひなみざわ村の人々はさまざまな差別を受け続けました。数え出したらキリがないくらい、夫や息子を戦場に送り出し、15の女たちも心がすさんでいたのでしょうね。当時をよく覚えている祖母は、それは苦しい時代だったと回想しています。
Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945.
多数の男手を失ったひなみざわにも、ようやく父や夫、息子たちが戻ってまいりました。もちろん帰らぬ者も多かった。それでも男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたひなみざわにとって、それはとても喜ばしいことでした。
MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era.
廃村寸前だったひなみざわをもう一度立て直そう。
Hey, Mega Man, how you doing?
そういう機運が高まり、村人たちは村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始めました。
During that time, someone appeared to build up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather. That sounds a little bit similar than to, like, you know, Kinzo in Umineko, but I assume it's just a coincidence. The husband of the elderly current family leader, Sonozaki Sohei.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵
Suddenly
し、
getting a lot of
ハル
wealth.
ピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたといい、撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して軍の缶詰をごっそりと盗み出していたのでした。
I think that's just a global Twitch emote, Mordred. It's not even a channel. Yeah, it's just a global emote.
それを瀬戸内海某所に隠し、闇市で高値で売りさばいて大きな富を得たのです。
You're about to go buy some dinner? Hey, what are you having though? Big question. Onipixel made it? That's not Onipixel, bro. do you not know who that is? I know who that is in the emote. It is a streamer. I will say that. It is a streamer, but it's not Onipixel. It's not him. It's not. I know who that is, but it's not Onipixel. It's so... Okay, I'll give you a hint. It's someone who's known for being really good at FPS games. That's why they do the pew pew pew. Because they're really good at shooters. That should give you a hint. If you know, you know at that point. Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. You? I wish, but yeah, true. It would be sweet to have a global emote. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house. Shroud. Yeah, it's Shroud. Mr. Shroud it is, yeah. The FPS bat himself. The only reason I know about GHQ is because of Muramasa. I don't really know much about it myself, honestly. It's a pretty foreign concept to me.
廃れたひなみ沢を復興させよう。村人すべては家族であり、この富は共有の財産である。
Global emote of me smashing keyboard. Oh, come on, bro.
現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。この大きな富は、その後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。
I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity.
もちろん、闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、もう村人は気にしなかった。
Wow. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
その活躍の中心人物が兄ちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。
Stuffed potatoes and passion fruit juice? Sure, I guess. Why not?
すごいよね。
Goddamn, Nvidia app is giving me one of those pop-ups again. It's like, hey, play this game for like free in-game loot. Is there a way to disable those? Does someone know? Because they keep popping like random-ass games that I don't even play. Is that in the settings somewhere? You thought that was yours? Yeah, that's why I felt the need to clarify so no one gets jump-scared too badly. It's somewhere on the app, I bet. I need to look into that. I always forget. Okay.
大活躍。
Mion looked like she was honestly happy Rena had praised her.
ですが、昭和30年頃にまたしても逆風が吹き始めます。それが人肉缶詰疑惑でした。
Ah, yes. Canned flesh. It sounded so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous.
祖父、園崎宗平の上官だったと名乗る男が告白したのです。あの缶詰は人肉の缶詰だったと。
Where? Hinamizawa village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior, the stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival, had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that he did not have the job of managing food.
実は宗平は戦時中、ハルピンでペストネズミの駆除や伝染病患者の死体運搬の仕事をさせられていたのでした。
Ew. It had been unfair treatment and all that because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Is it me a DM with screenshots turned off? Oh, I'll look at it later, thanks. Nice. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low-scorned, depressing customs of Onigafuchi village in the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corpse in the old Japanese army or whatever? Why is there no voice acting for this, I wonder? Keiichi, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. Wait, this ties all the way to that? So wait, Mion's grandfather was a part of that terrible thing? Wow, that's kind of a crazy pull, dude. Holy. Like, I was already kind of surprised to see them kind of reference World War II, which is rare in Japanese media, right? But then they just name drop Unit 731. Wow. That's kinda... Is that why there's no voice acting? Because they're talking about this sort of stuff? I wonder. Unit 731. You don't know that? You can Google it, but it's nasty shit. It's like some of the most vile human experiments ever conducted during World War II by this particular Japanese unit. It is really dark stuff. So look into it with, you know, your own discretion. It is some absolutely vile stuff. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. So yeah, that's the TLDR, and you can imagine all the kind of stuff that they, you know, tried to experiment on. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims, how many days it would be when infected, how many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. Yeah, you know, fun. I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time.
胸くそが悪くなるぜ。それでも、ひなみ沢の人間を蔑むのかよ。
Jesus.
本当に。
Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now.
宗平がいた部隊は、それよりはもっと温情的な研究をしていました。
Okay, so he wasn't part of necessarily that unit, luckily. Dodged.
それは、戦地での困難な食料調達に関する具体的な手法の研究。
Well, if that is true, it's not that bad, but can we trust her? The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistances lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival, methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control, until finally they knocked down a door called Taboo.
戦場で一番入手しやすいタンパク源は 何だと思いま
Dude,
す？
aware, bad, aware. Oh my. Rena and I knew the answer without being told. So we didn't answer.
そう。彼らは人間を食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。
So yeah, still maybe not the nicest unit ever, even if they're not 731.
彼らは時には敵の、時には戦友の血肉をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の方針になる。そういう競技を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。滑稽な話ですね。祖父を人肉食いと蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を言っていたのですから、祖父はいつも思っていたそうです。たとえ自分が卑しい食人鬼だとしても、彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんだと。だからいくら蔑まれたってちっとも答えないと。
Will I read Rumineko after this? Well, I'm kind of reading both in tandem. After I finish Higurashi chapter 2, I'm probably gonna finish Umineko chapter 2 as well and kind of, you know, alternate. Maybe not the most ideal thing, who knows, but it so far has been working and I've been enjoying both, so yeah. At last they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle.
お腹を空かせた前線の兵隊さんには、どの試作品もとても好評だったそうです。
Wow.
中でも醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが一番好評だったそうで。
Oh, soy sauce aware. Ooh.
もうやめてよ、みーちゃん。
We'll be able to find VODs of Umineko. I'm sure they're all on the VOD channel, yeah. They should be. You should be able to find them. Might take some doing, but they should be there.
気分が悪くなってきた。
Rena really was pale-faced and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there.
じゃあ、そのミオンのじいさんが持ち帰ったという缶詰は？
真偽はわかりません。晩年まで僧兵は人肉であることを否定し続けました。
Not true, huh?
ですが、ひなみ沢の急激な復興を妬む人々は、人肉を売って財を成した鬼畜と呼び、村人をまたしても蔑み始めた。
So all because of that, the village became like, you know, despised again.
また、子供たちが生やし立てられ、石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです。
The stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I didn't know.
当主である祖母は、ある時、村の子供たちにこう言いました。
If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, what if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer was simple.
二人に石を投げられたら、4人で石を。
Wow. Revenge.
8人に棒で覆われたら、16人で追い返し。30人に中傷されたなら、60人で怒鳴り返せと。
Finally, the children asked, what if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたなら、ひなみ沢の全員で立ち向かいなさいと。
I mean, we did see that in action in this second chapter, right? When Keiichi was like approached by those biker dudes from out of town, right? And then Mion rallied all the whole village there who was around.
それは決起を促す劇のようですらありました。祖母は園崎本家当主としてだけでなく、ひなみ沢の母太郎として立ち上がったのです。
It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the US were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they had heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win. Nah, I'd win.
ケイちゃんも街で不良に絡まれた時、たくさんの人たちに助けられたのを思い出しませんか？
Oh yeah, this is the thing they're talking about, yeah? Or that I was talking about, rather. I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、ようやくHinamizawaにも平和が戻った。もっとも、その平和もとても
I still don't really understand why she killed everyone because they saw the storehouse, though. So I assume there's obviously she's gonna give some reason for that as well, but so far this is kind of leading towards that, but we're not there.
この100年の歴史を見れば、今の平穏など揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
どうして？
Maybe they didn't really die. Well, 2 of them definitely died 100%. They found their corpses, so they're definitely turbo dead. But the others are so far only disappeared. But since 2 of them already died, it doesn't look too good, right? Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet I said it anyway.
どうしてみんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。高野さんに聞いたお社様の昔話は。
Oh, yeah, there you go. Now we're getting more relevant again. Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro remain in this world to watch over that?
おとぎ話です。人と鬼は実在しても、それを調停するお社様は実在しなかった、ということです。
それで、お社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clear hair. Mion kept a refreshing smile without answering, and didn't even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer.
Hinamizawa村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように崇められるに足る神聖な存在に。
So they wanna be deified? But why? Why is that so important to them?
それが我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり、園崎本家の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
鬼を継ぐ者？
我が園崎本家は代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習慣があるのです。私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ一目瞭然かと。
I trace out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there.
名前だけではありませんよ。この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです。
Huh? When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing. Is it a tattoo or something? Or is it a birthmark?
全然ない。
ありがとう。
I guess we won't know. With just that exchange, I guess what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking, that proved she had inherited the demon. Wow. She didn't sit back down, she smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. She quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa, no, of Onigafuchi, weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Then I wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the Chikaras drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, she murmured.
この5年間の連続事件ね。私が直接関わったものもあるし、間接的に関わったものもある。
Interesting, she just straight up says it. Directly related to some, but indirectly to others. So it's not all her doing 100%. But I assume she knows about the details of every single one, though. Being, you know, the head of the family.
いくつかは、園崎家だけでなく、他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもある。
So all the big families are involved? I mean, I guess that makes sense.
私がいたと思う。
But yeah, she knows about it all, though, yeah. She said it all without turning around with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew.
私は自分のしたことには信念を持ってるし、罪の意識などまるでない。
Oh, no regrets, huh? No remorse.
あるとすれば、私の後継ぎも決まらないうちに舞台を退かねばならないことくらいかな。私を捕まえて、それで法治国家の体裁が整うなら、それも時代の流れかなって。この100年で一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのは、ひょっとすると歴代の園崎家の当主で一番の幸せなのかもしれないし。
She leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped onto the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes she had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion, I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can to try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room.
でも、みーちゃんはリカちゃんとさとこちゃんを殺したんだよね。
Ooh, there's the heavy question. Oh no. The sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。でも、とにかくみーちゃんはリカちゃんとさとこちゃんを殺した。
Her words were more biting than any I had ever heard. Even now that we all knew the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends.
私が園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって古出家の役目を負っていた。その役目が西宮殿を守る。
So did she kill her because she failed in her duty? That's kind of fucked though. Unless this is something else. My chest tightened.
去年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。西宮殿の勘抜きが重くて辛い。
Yeah,
もっ
because
と
she
簡単
changed
な
the
鍵に
lock.
付け替えたいって。
Well, that's messed up, dude.
先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。リカちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
僕がちゃんと番をしますですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
I replied on behalf of the Sonosagi family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seems to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, if it's that difficult for you, Rika, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with Old Man Kimiyoshi, since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switched it to a really cheap and light padlock.
おじいちゃん、本当に大丈夫なんですか？バッチャもできることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
Oh no.
大丈夫だよ。心配性だな。何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
Aware?
本当ですね。君吉家の当主として責任を取られるという意味ですね。
Is there gonna be overtime? Well, okay, here's the thing. I'm not sure if you just joined second or whatever, but apparently, again, this is gonna... I had no idea, but apparently we might need overtime, but not for the reason you hope, because I know you hope the overtime would be for free-to-play, boy. No, we might need apparently overtime just to finish this. I had no idea it was gonna be this long, so here's the new plan. I will 100% finish this, no matter if it's overtime or not. But at that point, we won't have time for free-to-play. However, I know this is gonna be, it's gonna sound bad because it's now the second day I'm gonna, you know, have to move it because on both days the content was so long. Otherwise, we're gonna do it tomorrow then instead, if it's not today, which seems like it might not be today after all, unfortunately. I know you want to see it, but we're just gonna do it tomorrow, because at least Uma I can just pause. I can do like one run of Uma or something, and then we can just do free-to-play. Like, that's at least gonna be doable no matter what, okay? So, yeah. I know you don't want to hear that, because I know you love the series, but yeah, it might not happen today either. Because I had no idea this final sub-chapter is the longest of the whole 2 chapters so far. Like, not even close, seemingly, so there you go. It is what it is. Lack of knowledge, I'll admit.
おじいちゃんもこの中に収められているものが
Is free-to-play gonna do recollection quest? Well, ideally, yeah, but also some of those other missions that there are that give a lot of quartz. Just playing the game, you get a lot of quartz, like any missions. We're gonna hopefully grab the C's from the recollections, maybe do some gacha, because we probably get a lot of quartz. Maybe level some new servants, because there's big bonuses, grail some, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff we could do, you know? So, there you go. When's overtime? I normally stream for about 4 hours or so. Although today I did start later because I was at a doctor's appointment. But we have at least around 2 hours left here for a normal stream. Anything after that would kind of be like overtime. Oh no, he's realizing all of this, dude. It's so cruel, man. Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は
Did she really have to kill them though? That's so cruel, right? Like, really? Especially Rika, like, she's a part of one of the big families. Couldn't she just have told her about it? Like, come on. Like, that, what you did was stupid and you should do it, like, reverse it. Like, come on. It's so cruel. Like, okay, sure, yeah, the people that went in, yeah, they're probably the worst offenders, even though I still think it's a crazy overreaction, like what she's saying. I can somewhat maybe be like, okay, you guys are fanatics, sure, but to kill Rika as well, and Satoko, like, come on. That's brutal, bro.
同時に西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった。
That's messed up, man. TLD what you did. Well, you kind of already got it, but yeah, Rika, for the reason Rika was supposedly killed was bad. She wasn't the one who went in, infiltrated, but she was the one that wanted to change the lock to a simpler one, meaning it was easier to infiltrate the place. So she was punished because she was held somewhat liable for it happening, even though she obviously had nothing to do with the break-in. She only changed the lock to a simpler one. So they was like, okay, you shouldn't do that. My tears dripped and dropped. Dripped and dropped. Until just now I had decided that it was Mion's fault, that she killed Rika and the others. Honestly valid. Like, it's really hard to empathize with freaking Mion at all here, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, sure, the history spiel, I get it. It's unfortunate for the village, right? You know, it sucks that they're being discriminated against and whatnot, but man, there's a lot of sussy stuff, bro, that they've done, so I can't really feel any empathy for her. It's unfortunate, you know? That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion, it was B. Well, okay, well, come on, dude. You don't have to blame yourself for that. But, like, yeah, you still did a stupid thing, but people shouldn't have died for that, so, eh.
俺が殺したも当然なんだ。
圭一君。
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If at the time I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun like we always did.
俺がバカだった。
If by shedding tears I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed.
ケイちゃんは何も悪くないよ。
Agreed. Mion gently began to speak to me as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として手を下さなければならなかったけど、園崎家の歴史なんか今にして思えば大したものじゃない。
That's just crazy, bro.
そんなもの全部投げ出しても、
You
私は仲間
totally
を救
should
うべ
have.
きだったのかもしれない。私がそんなものに屈したから、
She said
あ
it.
の二人を殺してしまった。
Yeah, well, there. I guess that's the confirmation then. Yeah, I mean, it was looking pretty bad again because two of them are already confirmed dead 100%. So, yeah.
それは他でもない。私、園崎美音が殺したということ。私には踏みとどまる100億の瞬間があった。でも踏みとどまらなかった。安易に自らの役割に屈し、仲間のために戦うことを放棄してしまった。
It's messed up, man.
だからこれは私の罪。私が殺した園崎美音がこの手で殺してしまった。それは何ら変わらない。何も。
Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful.
でもみーちゃんは
I do wonder what the ending is going to be like for this one. It seems like it's going to be a very different ending compared to chapter 1. And I assume there's at least no way Mion is going to get out of this unscathed. As I looked at her surprised, Rena stuck her finger right at my forehead.
圭一君だけを殺さなか
Yeah,
った。
so why is that the case, by the way? Yeah, true.
こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら造作もなかったろうに。でも殺さなかったんだよね。
That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club. If she had seriously tried to kill me, I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive.
さて、どうして殺さなかったのかね。
Yeah.
鬼の私にゃ見当もつかないわ。
She don't know what?
ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
それはどういう意味だよ。
Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that then I didn't need to talk.
大石は外で待ってんの？
Wow. I guess I know kind of what they're implying, but okay. Damn. What a heartbreak, dude.
逃げ場は？
Damn.
ない。
She's even. I like that she kind of even snuck in. Like, is there any way that I can escape? It's like, no, it's not happening. It's not happening. I kind of like that they put it in there, though. Honestly. Hello, Yasno. How you doing?
ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。
It's just not happening, dude.
無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだったよ。みーちゃん家の広い敷地を全部囲んでると思う。
Mion fell silent. Then as merciless words felt cruel, but they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
自首しよう。
There it is. Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。親友を一人きりになんか絶対にしない。
泣くことレナには勝てないわ。
Hey Panzani, how's it going? She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion.
自分で自分の罪、どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。
Was the stream delayed a little? It was like almost 20 minutes, I want to say, because I got home close to the starting time, and then I still had to shower first and sit down for a bit, and then I started my stream. So it wasn't luckily a big delay, just like 15-20 minutes at most. So it was still not too bad.
たとえ自首が
I totally forgot. I was gonna mention it yesterday, but I forgot I had the doctor today at that
ここ
hour.
に帰ってくることもないと思う。
But luckily, it wasn't a huge deal. I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Bjorn was involved in was just too large. So much that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel. Was my nose currently? Well, it's dripping less and less now. I think it's finally starting to wear off from whatever they put in it. It still feels a bit like it's like burning a little bit, maybe like a sensation of burning, but it's not like I don't have to like sneeze every 10 minutes now, so that's good. I'll probably still sneeze at some point, but it's like becoming less frequent, if that makes sense. Or not sneeze, but blow my nose rather.
最後にわがままを聞いて
But
ほしい。
probably sneezes as well, knowing me.
何かな。
30分でいいから、
Huh?
ケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
Oh, last words or something, but okay. Huh? My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that.
ケイチくん、どうかな。ケイチくんが嫌なら無理にとは言え
It's a
ない。
bit sus, but
そうだね。嫌ならそれでもいいよ。私は鬼だもの。ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。相入れることなんてお社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り絶対にない。
There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced to kill her friends with her own hands. That was me and me alone. In fact, what with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it, I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear, the sins that Mion shouldered. So when it came to her last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Whoa, he's doing it. Is this Tsukihime too? Yeah, sure. They even have CL in this game after all. XD. I'm gonna caffeinate before we hear what Mion has to say. Oh. Okay. Solid crack. Happy Thursday, chat. Oof. Ooh.
いいぜ。
ありがとう。
私からもありがとうを言うよ、ケイチくん。
Dena stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
あ、いいよレナ。ここで待っててくれれば。ケイちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから。退屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい。 漫画とか好きに読んでていいよ。
Wow. Nice.
なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい。
I guess she won't be needing them anymore.
嫌だよ。みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの。勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない。
あんたはこんな時に限っていいからだ
True, she certainly always brings everything back easily, but not this time. Mion took Rena's head and rubbed it violently like I always did.
じゃあ行こう、ケイちゃん。
I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway when Rena silently stopped me.
みーちゃんもよろしくね。
あ
みーちゃん、もう二度と帰ってこれないって
I mean,
確信して。
probably for a good reason. I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent.
みーちゃんが短気を起こさないように見張ってね。
Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. Then I had already thought that far ahead.
あ、そんなこと絶対にさせないから。
Then I rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ言ってあげて。
I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper door.
どうしてみーちゃんは鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね。
Tragedy.
それは仕方のないことだったんだろうね。でもあんまりにもかわいそうだよね。
Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. Ooh. Alright, alright. It's time then. Oh, achievement. Twisted Sisters. Interesting. I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this?
腕組んでもいいかな。
It was such a modest request.
別に構わないぞ。
With my permission, her face lit up like a glee, like a child being given a toy, and took my arm.
私に腕を組まれたらなんだか緊張しちゃわない？例えば急に関節技を決められちゃうんじゃないかななんて思ったりとか。
姉妹揃って同じことを言うんだな。思わないよ。全然。
Back when nothing had gone wrong yet, during those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth, and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same.
シオンもケイちゃんのことが好きだったみたい。
Dude, that's so brutal to say that after you fucking killed her. Like, what the fuck? Jesus.
そうなんだ。
That's so messed up, though. If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back red in face. I mean, you should do it anyway. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace.
ミオンとシオンは仲は良かったんだろ？
さあ、どうかな。ケイちゃんは自分の右手と左手は仲がいいと思う？
Interesting comparison.
え？右手と左手？それは仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう言い方で例えるものじゃないな。
そういう関係だから。
Well,
仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう尺度では測れない関係。
that didn't sound like it meant they got along really well.
例えば、利き腕というものがあるように、 右手と左手には間違いなく
What about if you're ambidextrous, though? How about them apples?
もしも鍋つかみが片方しかなかったら、迷うことなく利き腕にするでしょ？そういう差はあったんじゃないかと思う。だからといって、左手がなくなったっていいなんて思う人は誰もいないはず。
True.
そんな、よくわからない関係だね。
You don't have hands? Ayo?
多分、それは近くにいすぎるから見えなくなっているだけで、きっととても仲のいいことなんだと思う。俺は一人っ子だから、祭りの前日、ミオンとシオンが二人してじゃれ合っているのを、すごく羨ましいと思った。
It's just training your worst hand to get better? Yeah, but she was asking about the current relationship, so it doesn't matter, you know, what it was in the past. It's the same with people. People can change too. So why can't your hand change as well to adapt to be as good as the other one? Logic check.
ないものねだりじゃないの？双子なんて、昔は人をからかったりして、そこそこに面白かったけど、こうして、互いがはっきりと異なる個性を持った今では、かえって邪魔なだけ。
Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue for someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small.
でかい森だな。子供の頃はいい遊び場だったんじゃないのか？
Is she still trying to make a getaway or something? Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. Yeah! There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. I can't believe he's actually, like, my guy must be head over heels about her. Like, fuck, dude, she killed so many people you like. Mion suddenly stopped and turned.
シオンは、まだ生きてる。
I mean, you still killed a lot of other people, though, but... What?
本当か？
Mion took a hard look into my eyes, then nodded quietly.
誰よりもむごたらしい死に方をさせてやろうと。
Oh my god! How can you say that so casually, dude? Holy, she must really hate her.
今日まで、その方法はとうとう思いつかなかった。
Jesus. Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but also deep down she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled her hair with it. Mion didn't only save me, she saved Shion too. Mion may have only become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. Still pretty messed up though, but you know, silver linings, I guess. As I petted her, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then she quietly said,
来て。
Whoa.
私の罪のすべてを見てほしいから。
They're gonna show more corpses or something? What the hell? There's more?
でもそれはケイちゃんにとって、
Oh my
この上
god.
なく辛い光景かも
Oh
しれ
my
ない。
god, what are you gonna show him, dude? I could sense it. There, I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. So they're in their own, like, property, of course. Because the police won't be entering there anyway. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika and Satoko's deaths. Oh no! They didn't find the bodies after all. Oh no, and they came here. Oh no! As well as accepting that my best friend had done it.
すでに起こり、終わってしまった事実だけれども、 ケイちゃんは見ないことを選んでもいい。そうならば、ここで待っていて。
Well,
私の手で、すべて終わらせるから。
what does that mean? I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remembered what Vena had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but choose to put an end to things herself. She gonna suicide? Bruh. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened.
何を見たって。
うん。
俺にとっての園崎美音は、最高の親友だ。それは変わらない。一生。
The treetops softly swayed in the wind.
あんたもレナも。どうしてこんな時ばかりかっこよくなるんだろうね。
Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last she started walking. Into the thick forest, into the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills. It had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place. Oh no.
引き返すなら今だよ。ケイちゃんの中の園崎美音がどんな人かは知らないけれど、中に入れば、その美音はきっと。
変わらない。何度だって言う。園崎美音は、俺の最高の親友だ。
I clench my fists. You may have missed some Higurashi streams, or why she should chill about her chill. I don't know. I that's what I'm thinking as well. I think he just really like heavily emphasizes like how much she was a friend to him. But at the same time, I don't think I could do the same. Like it's fucked up. It really is. And especially now that he's about to probably see the stuff confirmed, you know? Like it's pretty messed up. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change that Mion is my greatest friend. Dude, he's crazy. They're all crazy. They're all crazy.
私はただの鬼だから、もう人間の気持ちはわからないけれど、ミオンがあんたを好きになったの。よくわかる気がする。
Wow.
他人事のように言うな。お前はミオンだ。鬼じゃない。血の通った人間で、俺の仲間なんだ。
She made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. Yeah, no kidding, Igliad, no kidding. The lock on it was dauntingly strong looking. Would be funny if this was the lock they took from the shrine. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. Oh, it's Corona! I remember accidentally killing a hermit crab for a long time ago by leaving its tank out on the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside it was pitch black, but Mion flicked the switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived there. All of this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dug-out bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this were a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Goddamn. I wonder if there's a hidden exit here as well. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel.
細具殿の中、見たよね。
Oh no.
あの拷問道具の山を。あれはすべて、鬼ヶ淵村の厳しい戒律を守るために作られたものだった。
Yeah.
戒律を破った者を、見せしめにむごたらしく殺してみせる。
大昔の話だろ。
本来は見せしめの儀式。綿流しは、御三家が取り仕切る儀式だったんだけど、君吉家と古出家の衰退、そして時代の変化によって行うことはとても難しくなった。
そりゃそうだな。この現代日本で犠牲者をのんびりと沢でばらして殺せるなんて思えない。
だから、園崎家は作ったの。現代でも綿流しの儀が行えるように。秘密の場所を。
Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements. There's a second one then? Okay. It's the same thing, the same graphic. Wow, so they have more than one. Wow.
一部のものは実際に西宮殿から運び込まれたものなんだよ。
All of the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so it didn't seem that real. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Ooh. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceilings were covered in the kind of tiling you would see in bathrooms, and there was even a drain set amidst a slight slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood.
大昔の当主の書き物によるとね、血のしぶきってのは、犠牲者に負担をかけない割にはインパクトがあるんだってさ。
Oh, great. I'm sure you know all about that.
綿流しは見せしめのショーだったから。
I'm taking a shower here.
Bruh.
私のご先祖様たちは、様々なショーを考案してたんだよ。
As she said that, she pointed deeper into the torture rooms to a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions.
鑑賞席なんだよ。
There are people watching this shit? Ugh.
綿流しは見せしめのショーだから。
Oh my god.
客がいなきゃ意味がない。
Bruh. I couldn't speak and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to. Oh, great. If you're in that room with her in this situation right now and start running, yeah, he has so much trust. Like, what the hell? This is crazy.
みんなここで、私が殺した。
Well, there it is. Okay, great. Yeah, especially now, I probably shit myself. Like, bro, that's like, oh my god.
見てくれている観客はいなかったけど、私は綿流しを上手にやってみせた。
She's like proud of it. What the hell?
いや、観客は一人だけいたかな。
観客？
私という鬼がミオンの執り行う綿流しをずっと見てたから。
Oh wow, schizo. She cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice-sounding laugh.
向こうが牢屋。
シオンはそこにいるのか？
She nodded slightly. Oh, sure, she's still alive there. But is it gonna be like those, hey, go look, and then put? Goodbye. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I still can't tell, like, I don't know if Shion is alive or not. I don't know if we can trust her. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint lights. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison. This is bad, this is bad. Oh my god, look at this place. Oh my god. I grimaced at her having said it so outright. Yeah, like, why? Why is this happening?
ああ、そうだ。いつまでも暗い中じゃかわいそうだろ。
虫が湧くと嫌だったから、井戸に捨てちゃったよ。
Why are you saying it like that? Like, why?
ごめん。
Why is it so blunt and so loud? Oh. I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. I don't think that was a sincere sorry at all, though. What are you talking about? She didn't feel there was zero remorse. Dude, you're kidding me. This guy, I'm gonna punch him myself, bro. Calm down, Keiichi. You said it yourself, no matter what, Mion is your greatest friend. This is the greatest copium I've ever seen. You need to run, you need to go, you need to get the Homeland Security involved. This needs to be shut down. Why are you here? Why are you doing this? This can only end bad. What the fuck? He's crazy. I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. Oh no. When I noticed it, I looked up as well.
Shion! Shion-ka!
Kei-chan!
Oh?
Kei-chan nano!
I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really was her.
大丈夫か? Shion! 怪我はしていないのか?
Her face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. No! Of course. Shion didn't know that everything was over yet. Oh. Oh, that's what he's saying. But I mean, it's still probably bad though.
落ち着け、シオン。もう全部終わったんだ。全部。
I spoke in as calm voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. Bro, you should have brought more people here. What the fuck? However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams.
シオン、ご機嫌はいかがだった？
Bro.
落ち着けってシオン。もう終わったんだよ。大丈夫なんだ。だから落ち着け。
Shion, who was screaming and rattling the bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I had realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, and if Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke over from my shoulder. Quietly. No.
安心しない。
No, what is this now?
あんたは殺さない。
No.
まだまだ殺さないんだから。
No. She burst out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver brought on by that laugh. and rattled the bars as she wailed. Ah, hell nah, ah, hell nah, ah, hell nah, dude.
古式にのっとり、獅子の先端から少しずつ
Oh no.
ガリゴリと削ってミンチにしてやる。あの肉引き器はあんたのために取っておいてあるんだからね。
So that's why he didn't die, because she was preparing a special thing for him or something? Ugh.
それとも、それでケイちゃんをミンチにしてみせた方があんたには面白いかな？
おい、いい加減にしろ。今さら怖がらせてどうするんだよ。
I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but literally, when I turned around... Oh, hell nah, dude. Oh, hell nah. Oh, Mion's mouth so much so that it was hard to believe, and twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. It's the same one from the phone call, dude. Why, dude? Why? I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend. He was the Sorosaki Mion who had been tossed out by her heavy duty of succeeding the family either. Or it wasn't. Then, who was she? Bam. I saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. Jolly old sheets. There is no. I assume it's just a map. Like the Zichi, it doesn't exist in the old one. The strength in my body drained instantly, and so my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor. Then my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if I had fallen onto a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled, then receded. It was the kind of sensation, like if you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening, you would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it.
Followed God, the mental killer of was surprising.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this was kind of an insane thing for him to... Like, okay, I was like, yeah, maybe I could barely understand. If you wanna give Mion the time of day, yeah, in the house. With Rena being nearby. Yes, sure, fine. Follow her into this fucking place? Ah, hell nah. Hell nah. Never. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it annoying, nor did it interest me. He is way too gullible, dude. Oh god.
あのちびがき二人組に試したかったんだけど、手が小さくて高速台にサイズが合わなかったからね。
Oh my.
あれにしよう、あれにしよう。
Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it, and one of my shoes fell off. Shion's emotions exploded outward, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she flung me down and returned to the prison cell again.
あんたも可愛い声で泣けるじゃない。あんたのわざとらしい辛い針には虫唾が走ってたんだけど、やっぱりそういうあんたが一番似合って。
God damn, she really must hate her.
ミオン姉さん、お願いです。私をどういう風に殺しても構いません。 けは見逃してあげてください。お願いです。
Shion had always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister. That Shion is in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times. Prostrated herself before the older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy.
あんたの希望なんか聞くつもりは全然なかったんだけど、あんたがあまりにも面白い声で泣くものだから、なんだか聞いててやってもいいような気がしてきたかな。思えばあんたには姉らしいこと何にもしてやれなかったからね。はい、はい、ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。じゃあさ、これまでのことを謝ってみせてよ。そうしたら私もこれまでのことをすっかり水に流してあげてもいいかな。そうしたらケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげなくもないよ。
Neon said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak weak words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied.
そんなので私の積年の恨みつらみが償えると思ってるわけ？こんなんじゃダメだね。やっぱりケイちゃんからひき肉だ！いやー！待って姉様！もう一度だけ！
Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation. Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion.
ろくろく満足に謝れないあんただからね。特別にお姉が心に届く謝罪の仕方っていうのを教えて。
This is a thing, yeah?
一度しか教えないし、一言一句でも間違えたらアウト。いいね。はい。ありがとうございます。
Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized it was feeling of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers.
ちゃんと覚えられたかな？ではやってごらん。誠心誠意、鉄頭鉄尾、心を込めてね。ちゃんとできたなら、あんただけを殺してあげるから。はい。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I'm sure this had been Mion, but at some point, she had become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something so nasty like enjoying trampling all over someone's dignity like this.
さ、やってごらん。お姉ちゃんはちゃんと聞いててあげるから。園崎シオンは。
When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped out with a fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion. He's still coping.
園崎シオンはミオン姉様の足元にも及ばない。
Wow.
今朝のほどをわきまえず姉様に働いた数々のプレーを思います。ほらほらその調子。少しは許してあげようかなって気になってきたよ。
Blood circulated through my whole body. My numbed senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion is still holding Mion's... No, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry up!
生意気だったこれまでを反省し、一生 ミオ姉様に忠誠を誓います。ですから
Leon's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a wire.
いいよ、もう。十分面白かったわ。あんたがそこまでプライドを捨てられるとは思わなかったから。十分に愉快。
Mion began to drag me again after I finally got the feeling in my body back and pulled me towards the torture chamber.
姉様、殺すのは私だけ。その人、許して。安心しなって。ちゃんとあんたは殺してあげるよ。ケイちゃんの悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせた後にね。
After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges, and locked them in place. She could have snapped them like one by one or something. Oh my god. The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time.
聞こえるかい、シオン。これから始めるよ。ケイちゃんの若い悲鳴をたっぷりと楽しみな。
いい加減にしろ。
That feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Mion.
ようやくお目覚め。私、さっき嘘をついたね。シオンを一番むごたらしく殺してやろうと思って閉じ込めておいたけど、
Wow.
まだ思いつかないって言ったやつ。あれが嘘。
She brought over something like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to that, she began to line up what looked like a long, strangely shaped nails, whose ends had been turned into hooks, like the kind you see on a harpoon.
あの子に自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて、体の芯まで染み通らせてから殺すの。なかなかセンスいいでしょ。
お前は誰だ？
は？ミオンでしょ？園崎ミオン。恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった？
違うな。お前が園崎ミオンであるはずがない。
Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture.
へえ。じゃあ、私がミオンじゃなかったら、私は誰なわけ？
鬼だ。
え？
お前はミオンじゃない。さっきまで一緒だったミオンを返せ。
ケイちゃん、本当に頭が。
Honestly valid question.
恐怖で頭がどうかなっちゃった？
触るな！この鬼め！返せ！ミオンを返せよ！俺の最高の友人だった！ミオンを返せ！
She stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I feel like you already did, but yeah, fair enough. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been her. There's no way I could accept that. So this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon and was controlling her as if it were a separate personality. She was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It it all had to be the doing of this demon possessing her. When she heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked. Wow. Oh, Beal 70 big ones. Thank you so much. And welcome back to the Go Gang as well. Wow.
あんたって本当におめでたい人だね。園崎美音に殺されようとしているこの瞬間に目の前の私を否定するわけ？こんな面白い人が世の中にいるなんて初めて知ったわ。
笑いたければ好きなだけ笑え。だがお前が何を言おうと俺はお前がミオンだなんて認めない。ミオンを返せ。退け鬼め。
ケイちゃん、私を笑い涙で溺れ殺すつもり
No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so that the real Mion trapped inside of the what I saw in front of me would be able to hear.
Ganbare, Mion! こんな鬼畜生に負けるな。本当に強いお前の力を見せてくれ。
The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow.
頼むよ、ミオン！ミオン！どこでお前はこんな鬼に負けちまったんだ。お前はこんな弱いやつじゃないだろ。負けるな。戦え。戦え。
Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted.
筋肉がよじれて痛いよ。もういい？そろそろ始めるよ。いい声を出してね。これはケイちゃんへの拷問である以上にシオンへの拷問なんだからさ。
どうしてこんなことに。ミオン！
Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't in acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. Yet a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I'd realized that the one in front of me had returned to being Mion. Nah.
ケイちゃん、メイドの土産なんて気の利いたものじゃないけれど。どうしても知りたがっているようだから一つだけ教えてあげるよ。
I didn't know if this was Mion or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのはずいぶん前。その鬼は私を蝕み強行に駆り立てようとした。だけれど私はそれを理性で抑えつけた。鬼はそれで収まり、私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた。
Yeah, I don't know if this is true, but okay, sure.
でも、本当は違った。私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく、私の中で眠っていただけだったの。
I noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes.
その鬼は、ある小さなことをきっかけに、また目覚めてしまった。それは、何に原因があったと思う？
Is it the fucking storehouse again or what? There was a sad and yet reproachful light in her eyes.
わかる？
I don't know what gave the demon the chance to beat her.
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど、あんたが全てを狂わせてしまった元凶。
I think she is saying that then, yeah, okay. The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downward all of a sudden.
あの時、あんたがもらった人形を躊躇なく私に渡していたなら、
Oh, it's even before
全て
that.
は狂い出さなかったかもし
So
れ
it
ない。
really was the first thing that kind of made her upset. That's fucked up, bro. Like, holy shit, that's fucked up. Like, come on. Come on. That's... Nah. The doll I got. That doll I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday.
ケイちゃんには理解できないだろうね。理解できなくて当然。
Is what you call a butterfly effect. If it's true.
だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいに、パタパタパタと、いろんなものが倒れ始めて。はじめの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど、あなたが元凶なの。
そんな、俺が。
あんたがミオンを泣かさなかったら、私は起きなくて済んだのにね。
Wow.
これで十分。メイドの土産は。
A mistake that I'd made on that day was what messed everything up.
そんな、嘘だろ。
自覚がないのは当然。でも、紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。
Really is fucked up, man.
あの時、あんたがさりげなく人形を私にあげていたら、多分こんなことにはならなかったと思う。
I wanted to say, like I just remembered something, as I recalled that day. Then I had told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh God. I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think about it, when I apologized for going into the storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that until just now? Lena told me at the time, and now she herself, no, the demon was telling me. Is the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured? To die altogether? Dense, yes, very true. I could no longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. I simply just cried and cried, and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of regret.
じゃあそろそろいい？この拷問はね、とて左手の小指の先端の節に釘を打つ。
Wow. So she's not gonna sever the fingers, but basically nail him into it, breaking the tendons and everything. Great.
順に親指まで打ったらまた小指に戻って、今度は真ん中の節に釘を打つ。
Great.
この調子で15本の釘で左手を打ちつける。それが終わったら次は右手。それが終わったら次は、まだ意識があったら教えるね。指先ってたくさんの神経が集まってるから、ケイちゃんが想像するよりもはるかに痛いよ。両手30本を打ち終える前に失神しちゃう人もいるそうだから。
She pressed the tip of a nail to my left pinky. My wrists, my arms, and all the joints of my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt, and I couldn't even twitch.
他の人を拷問するときには何のためらいもなかったけど、なぜかあんたにはためらいがあるよ。
それでミオンの鬼が収まるなら。
If it will sate the demon, then do to me what you will.
あんた、本気で言ってるの？
The thing is, Connor, we might not actually have time for that today either, is the thing, unfortunately. I know it's blue balls, because I was gonna do it yesterday too, and now I won't have time for it today either. It's just that both yesterday and today, the main content just ended up being way longer than I thought. But tomorrow you will see it, I swear on everything, you will see it tomorrow. But yeah, it's blue balls, because this was longer than I thought, supposedly, so we're still going.
俺が傷つけたミオンの痛みに比べれば、こんなの大したことないんだろ。
So it is what it is. Like, it's not even my fault. I could have never anticipated. This is by far the longest subchapter in all of these 2 chapters combined. It's not even close, by the way. I'm pretty sure all the other subchapters were like at most half of this duration. Yeah.
気の済むようにするといい。その代わり、2つ約束しろ。
Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak.
俺を気が済むまで痛めつけたら、シオンは許してやれ。西宮殿に忍び込んだ罪には、それで十分見合う仕打ちをしたはずだ。
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
あんた、この後に及んで、自分よりシオンの心配ができるわけ？
もう一つは、気が済んだら、もうお前は消えろ。
Wow, bold.
その体をミオンに返してやってくれ。
Honestly, I feel like that would be cruel in its own way, right? Imagine she like if let's play devil's advocate and assume there is a demon possessing her. If what he's if what he wants here, it's cruel. Like imagine the demon leaves the body after she's killed both Keiichi and Shion here as well. That would leave her so fucked up, right? She would never be she would like probably be, you know, I mean, well, first of all, she'd probably be jailed for the rest of her life anyway. But even if she wasn't, she would be locked in some kind of an asylum. She would go crazy. She would never be a normal person ever again, knowing that she had done all this. Like, that would be crazy regardless.
それだけだ。
Assuming there is a demon in the first place, but yeah, it would still be really bad.
あんたって人には、命乞いをするとか、そういう考えは思い浮かばないの？
Yeah, if anything, that's a more reasonable thing he should be doing.
約束。2つじゃなくて、3つにしていいか。3つ目は。
Well, okay, there you go. He finally tried to say something reasonable.
最初に2つって言ったでしょ。だからもうダメ。
そいつは残念。
He's like, oh well. In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together as if sharing in a stupid joke. This is so morbid, dude. Also, hello, Fawaz.
多分、私は約束を守らないよ。
Yeah. Saw that coming.
鬼だから。
その時は仕方がないさ。
They will all die. I recalled tightening my hands into fists when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way into my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Okay. Do it. I've prepared myself already, so do it. You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. She put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek.
ケイちゃん、今の3つ目の願いだけは。
Huh? So he gets to live, but how and why and what? But is she still gonna torture him though, but not kill him? What the fuck? My third wish, to save me. She'll agree to it?
1つ目の願い、シオンを救うこと。これはもう無理。シオンは鬼が殺してしまう。それはもう決められたことだから止められない。だから諦めて。
Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin.
そして2つ目の願い。この体をミオンに返すこと。 これももう無理。
Bruh.
今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。
Mm-hmm.
今日以降もし私の姿があったとしてもそれは姿だけ。私の姿をした鬼だから。
Full assimilation?
そんなことはない。ミオンはミオンだ。もう戻ってこないなんて悲しいことを言うな。
聞こえる？あの音。
She gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. Slam. Slam. It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse. Oh, the police is here.
帰りが遅いからレナが
Yeah.
大石を呼んだんでしょ。
Thank God.
あのぼやーっとした感じの子がこんなに頭が回るのだけは計算外だったな。
それについては同感だよ。
She grinned like she had been outwitted, then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out with snapping noise. Oh, it's a taser?
見たことないでしょ。本物のスタンガンだよ。
うん。
違法品なんでかなり出力が上げられるようになってるけどね。
さっき俺に食らわせたのはそれか。
Well, that would explain it, I guess.
子供のおもちゃには向かねえぞ。
Don't tase me, bro.
そうだね。
She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cool lump of metal to my neck. Oh, rip consciousness soon. Slam. I heard a roar, as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way.
殺さないけどしばらくケイちゃんにはお休みしててもらうね。すぐに大石が来てくれるから、ちょっとの我慢。
Feeling the same shock as before, gritting my teeth wasn't gonna help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
ごめんね。ミオンを怪我して。
ここに入る前に約束した。何があっても俺の中のミオンは変わらない。
Cope EX.
でも忘れて。今日以降、もしも私を見かけても近寄らないでね。
Well.
それは私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだから。
What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that a much stronger light than before shined, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. Learn the truth. Wow. Alright. June 1983. Is this a report of the happenings now? I assume it is. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa village, Shishibone city, XX prefecture. The suspect is Sonozaki Mion, 10 or somewhere in her 10s years old. She is suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19 and 21, Sonozaki Oryo, Sonozaki Shion, Kimiyoshi Kiichiro, Furude Rika, and Hojo Satoko, imprisoned them and killed them. Preliminary investigations on the incident were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence, but it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. Also, they didn't mention Tomitake and, what's her face? Fuck, I always forget her name. So she wasn't the one who killed them then, I guess? Maybe? But they're dead though. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki property heard screams from inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. It's fucking stupid, man! Suck my fucking black cock! That doesn't make any sense! Holy fucking timing. I guess my character is black though. Alright, yeah, it was Takano, yeah. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Sonozaki Shion, and her 2 missing classmates, Maebara Keiichi and Ryugu Rena. Oh, so Shion lived. Well, I guess by the time that she did the stun, and then his consciousness went out, I assume at that point they rushed in, and she had no time to kill Shion anyway, before they apprehended her, I'm guessing. The suspect fled the scene, so there was some kind of an exit. That's crazy. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's crazy. Deep in the detached basement on the Sonozaki property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair, flakes of skin, blood, etc. of the other 4 missing persons, Oryo, Kiichiro, Rika, and Satoko. We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, their remains have still not been found. Like, bruh! What the fuck?
I guess my character is black though.
Calm the fuck down, okay. At one of her imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonozaki property, which was where they were imprisoned, believing that they were there. However, we still have not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak death incidents of recent years, thinking it would give some clue. But no evidence that Mion was involved, either directly or indirectly, has been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident, and as those of the Sonozaki family and the residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, we expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of the village. It is clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region, and the prefectural police department has ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been imprisoned for the longest time, Shion, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions about what she knows. Yeah, she's probably fucked for life now. She survived, but holy fuck, dude. Her mind is probably just completely broke. The psychiatrist concluded that she is in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today either. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Oishi and his subordinates, whom Rena had called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was a small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Oishi asked me all sorts of things. But I don't really remember what he asked, or how I answered him. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amidst all the misfortune was that Shion had been safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Oishi came running in faster than she predicted. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. This was disturbing in the anime? Huh. I mean, it's pretty disturbing here, too. She was in a severe state of confusion where they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. Wow. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion in everyone she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home, and had shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, including her hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. It's so fucked up. Like, imagine you're a survivor of that, and then the culprit isn't caught. Like, what the fuck do you do, bro, huh? Like, holy fuck, dude. Like, is that like the worst thing? Like, that's gonna be the worst nightmare of all time. That you're forced to live for the rest of, at least until hopefully at some point the culprit would be caught. But like, holy craziness. The police were investigating the Sonozaki's underground storehouse at this moment, since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices. Hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in those underground passages. The secret underground without any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika, Satoko, and everyone else, was still unwilling to speak the truth. Dude, how big is this place? Holy. I was brought back to the basement again too, for an on-the-side inspection or something. They're gonna bring it back to that? What the fuck? But I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. That's very unethical. For days afterward, the Sonozakis living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. I don't think that's gonna be anything enough, but okay. However much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. Yeah, okay, dude. The amount of money grew each day, and after it had passed 2 million yen, they were then given an envelope containing a letter. I didn't know what was written in it. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights and decided to move away. Holy fuck.
そっか。引っ越しちゃうんだね。
The hell?
いつ？
来月の終わり。ひなみ沢には結局、半年も居つかなかったことになるな。
Wow.
寂しくなるね。私一人しか残らない。
That's so messed up, bruh. She smiled sadly. If I had just said yeah, I thought I would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject.
こう考えることがあるんだ。
That's how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. Or was there where she had disappeared to? I hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind she liked. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family, and live not as Mion, but as just Mion and enjoy herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika. They must also have been waiting for the day Rena and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities as lively as they always were. When I told Rena that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents of the Sonozaki family had been trying so hard to hide too, were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. The serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground one by one, and for many days news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. Shows which were comedic and silly never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing this stuff up in jest, but there was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends and had the best experiences of my life. I would probably never forget it as long as I lived. And for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. As one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, I will surely become my offering to her. Jesus. Or that will surely become. The sky reached so far up, and towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Well, oh. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that she was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before her attacking, when the lights were off, was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right, the doll that I should have given to her that day. She said it was an import from England or something, and was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once. They said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was Survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this for the opportunity, with it on the desk, so I could give it to her at any time. Plonk. There was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was completely different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard, and nestled back into my futon. Plonk. Noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the light. If there was a second, there would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Plonk. The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peek out front through the gap in the curtains. In the light at the gate, despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window and made a plunking noise. Who was it? I caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that person was Mion. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. Oh! It was her. It was her. She was alive. She pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung on my coat atop my pajamas, and flew out the door. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Yeah, like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Come on. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had the sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll.
Doing Myst and Ch2.
Oh, Alpha 54 months. Thank you so much. And welcome back to the Go Gang. How you doing, man? If there was a god, I don't think I would have even ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other. I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and leaped out of the house.
Mio!
お久しぶり。どう？元気にしてた？
It was like how we used to meet every morning. She waved to me and responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly her. It was the real Mion.
お前、こんなところをうろついてて、大丈夫なのか？
本当はいけないよ。
Yeah, no kidding. She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and had snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, I thought, was more like her, and I was happy for it.
それより、どうしたんだよ、こんな時間に。
最後にお話ししたかったから。
That was when I noticed them. On her forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I had thought to be a satisfied smile, was, upon closer inspection, trembling slightly, and I realized that she was forcing it.
私ね、もうここにはいられない。
Well, that was creepy. A pained note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her.
大丈夫か？どこか具合でも。
今日まで頑張ってきたけど自分でもわかるの。もうダメ。もう限界。私のお迎えはもうすぐ後ろまで来てる。
Her smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way for me? Her laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away. Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing?
大丈夫かよ。もう無理するな。嘘だ。俺、ミオに。
To give you this doll. I had wanted to do this one last thing because I knew how little time you had left. But this one last thing, it... Oh, fucking hell, bro. Fuck it hell, dude. My stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed me. And pushed it in tight and took it and twisted it. Mion? Hey, what? It hurts. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot it was almost spewing fire. She watched it, then took a few steps back and cackled. Wait, does that mean Xion's dead too? Somewhere? The last words she left me with that day came back to me.
今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。
From today on, even if my body is here, a body is all it will be. By then the demon will have taken it over. The demon. The demon. All the eyes are back, finally. I guess that might have some implications on chapter 1 then too, since we saw the eyes more in chapter 1. This cat, I thought we had finally been able to meet this cat, Mion. In a pool of blood of my own design is the doll I bought for her, dyed in red, so red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet her once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I brought for her, the blood, had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. The sad moon was so white it looked frozen. Well, is that the line we end on? Damn. June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa village, Shishibone City, XX Prefecture. The victim was Mayabara Keiichi, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Kinda Bill, I guess. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, Sonozaki Mion, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was then transported to the clinic. Oh, that was way long after that, probably. He escaped death. What? The criminal fled the scene. What? Okay, so maybe I guess he didn't take that. What? Huh? Huh? On the same day, at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the Kamiishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City. The victim was Sonozaki Shion, also a victim of the previous string. Did she kill herself, or was that Mion? Late on the same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. Huh? The manager used the master key to enter the room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. But it was 2 people, huh? The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. Okay, so it's probably not a suicide then. One neighbor has frequently visited the Sonozaki house for a long time and testified that he heard what sounded like the 2 sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believe this was related to the injury case that occurred the same day in Hinamizawa village, perpetrated by said incident suspect. Yo, she got around fast. Holy. And did a thorough search of the room, but we could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down into the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it would have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. We are conducting a thorough examination on both fronts, suicide and homicide. And that's that. Fuck, dude. Oh.
本当に5分だけですからね。
He's alive. I don't know what you're asking me, Bill, but sure, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know what you're asking me. Anyway, fair enough.
刺激しないようにしてください。
心得ていますよ。
Oh, he's still visiting him? Oh my god. The door opened, and as I expected, Oishi came in.
どうもどうも前原さん。ご無沙汰しておりますね。その後、お加減はいかがですか?
Well, I don't really need to know anything, Bill, to be honest. I assume, I mean, I think it's presumed that obviously they would give answers at some point, you know? There's no need, like, I expect to get answers eventually. I just, you know, it's fine. Like, even, I am confused, but it's not like I'm, like, dying to know answers immediately, because I am confident that they will give them out eventually, so I wouldn't really, I never really worry about that stuff. Like, it's fine. Being confused is, like, you know, part of this whole thing. Always is with this kind of stuff. So yeah, even though I will always be confused and be like, like how and whatnot, you know, I'm not like demanding an answer immediately. I'm just like voicing my confusion, because it's the whole point, I guess, you know. Anyway.
医者が言うには術後の回復は順調だそうですが、あんたの顔を見たらまた傷が悪くなりそうです。
こりゃ手厳しい。
I guess they don't really title these, like, they title these as chapters though, so it's a bit different than how they title it in Umineko. As always, she gave a laugh that smelled of sweat. He handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor of the hospital.
すみません、お母さん。ほんのしばらく圭一君とお話しする時間をいただいてもよろしいですか?
Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted.
母さん、悪いけど、ほんのちょっとだけ。
Kinda crazy that he survived still, to be honestly.
5分でいいから。
Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, she grinned widely and looked around the room.
個室なんていい身分ですね。うちのばあさまなんかいっつも相部屋ですよ。そりゃもう賑やかなことで、ああいうところじゃ病気の重さが一つのステータスになるらしいんですよ。より重病な患者ほど偉いというか、威張っているというか。
大石さん、5分ですよ。できればこれが本当に最後の5分にしてほしいものです。
It's probably because Umineko has never had full streams, whereas Higurashi has had several full streams. So the amount might not be reflective of the actual hours sunk into both titles. So maybe that's the difference maker.
俺はもうひなみ沢とは関係ないし。
But I think Umineko will have some full streams in the future. Like I said, after I finish this second chapter, I'm probably gonna finish chapter 2 of Umineko. So until I won't start chapter 3 of Higurashi until I'm done with that. So there might be some longer parts for that too.
沖宮には総合病院はありませんからね。椅子よろしいですかな。ゆっくらしゅっと。
This was a large university hospital in Shishibone City. Why would you though? Because we have both ongoing anyway. Why not? I don't think there's really any harm in it. It's kind of fun, and that way I don't forget anything about, you know, any important stuff about either of them. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. It was hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city.
転院はいつ頃になりそうですか?
さあ、俺的にはいつでも OK なんですけどね。
Our moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa though, and were living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recover enough to be taken there.
転院先にまで来ないでくださいよ。本当に具合が悪くなりますからね。
いや、すっかり嫌われちゃいました。仕事柄とはいえ心苦しいですよ。なので今日はこれまでの罪滅ぼしに素敵なお土産をいろいろお持ちしましたので。
別にクッキーの詰め合わせなんか持ってこなくても。
それがね、実は中身はクッキーじゃないんですよ。ほら。
He pulls open the can of cookies and, Ow, I'm stretching my scar.
前原さんの好みがわからなかったので、
Wait a
いろい
minute.
ろと持ってき
What
ま
did
し
they
たよ。
did he just bring like oh my god, what is this?
ほら。
Oh my god, I knew it. It's some fucking
緑なもんです。
fucking lewd mags or something. Oh my god, this guy, what the fuck?
さあさあ、好きなだけ持って行っちゃってください。
Oh my god.
こんな本なんか持ってこないでください。持って帰って持って帰って。いってててててて。
I don't think the doctor would recommend that.
健全な若者がこんなところにずーっと閉じ込められてたら、
Feel like he's
さぞや
projecting.
ご入り用だと思ったんですけどね。こんなところにいると看護師フェチにしかなりませんよ。
I feel like he's definitely projecting with all of this shit, but okay, fair enough.
世の中には看護師さん以外にも素晴らしいものがいっぱいあるんですからね。今から専門を決めないで幅広く
Wow.
オールラウンドに行かなくっちゃ。
I gave him his vulgar laughter a pained grin. Somehow or other, I understood. The fact that he was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about. Oh, here we
シオ
go.
ンさんの件は本当にお気の毒でした。
The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities, accident, suicide, and homicide, but it could not only been Mion's doing. Mion found out where she was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable.
事故のわけない。ミオンです。絶対に。
鑑識の連中は自殺だとしか思えないなんて言ってるんですが、私も前原さんと同じ意見です。シオンさんを突き落とし、さらにあなたを刺した。一晩のうちにね。
Crazy.
ミオンはまだ見つからないんですか？
そうそう。それを今日はお伝えしたくて来たんですよ。
Yo?
はい。
Huh?
実は、
Huh?
見つかったんです。
Who's the spooky OST?
あ、いっててててて。
Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. I felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions.
それだけじゃない。園崎家の例の地下、隠し井戸も見つかったんですよ。
Oh, did they find the corpses?
前原さんがおっしゃられてた通り、
Wow.
失踪者全員の遺体をその底で発見しました。
そうですか。
That sliver of hope, the possibility I'd believe in that Dika and Satoko were alive, just from the fact their remains hadn't been found, gone.
あの地下に実に巧妙に隠されてましてね。いやいや、まさに死角中の死角でした。
Wow.
井戸状に掘られた垂直トンネルでして、はしごが設けてあって、下へずーっと行ったところに、今度は横へ抜けるトンネルが作られていました。そこを数百メートルも張って進むと、なんと山中の古井戸に抜けられましたね。
Crazy.
過去の園崎家の当主が作らせた秘密の逃げ道だったんでしょうね。
でしょうな。明治以降に作ったものでしょうが、いやいや、よくもあんなものを作ったもんです。
みんなの遺体はその底に？
はい。逃げ道の通路よりもさらに下に、コルタール状の泥水が溜まってまして、そこに無造作に投げ込まれていました。
Tough.
相当の高さから落としたわけですから、遺体はどっぷりと埋まってしまってましてね。遺体の引き上げにはだいぶ苦労させられました。
Thanks for the info.
全員見つかりましたか？
I hope that they at least wouldn't find Rika or Satoko. That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye.
はい。
Yeah.
全員。
Rip.
それどころか、死後10年以上経過したと思われる
Wow, the
人
lore
骨も
goes
見つかりました。最低でも3人分はあると思われます。
Wow.
ひなみ沢の歴史の暗部というわけでしょうな。
The past, huh?
泥を全部吸い出したら、一体何人分の骨が出てくるやら。怖い話です。
That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion.
今、獅子骨市内の過去数十年の失踪者を洗い直しているところです。諦められてた失踪事件も、これを機に全部解決するんじゃないか、なんて言われてますよ。
After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Oishi went for his cigarettes to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them back in his shirt pocket. Yeah, you better, dude.
そうそう。これは寄り道なんですが、古出里香さん、ご存知ですよね。
Why? もちろん、仲間ですから。
彼女、例えば糖尿病でインスリンの注射を常用していたとか。
Diabetes?
そんな話はありました？
Okay. Lika has diabetes? I didn't know what he was talking about.
実は彼女のスカートのポッケからですね。
Okay.
注射器が見つかりまして。
Okay.
破損していたので薬物は特定できなかったのですが、少々不似合いだったので興味を持ちました。
That's a bit odd, for sure.
本当にご存知ありません？
I didn't know anything about her carrying syringes around with her.
園崎家は本業の方、薬剤屋さんのことです。で、覚醒剤を扱ってるとの噂がありましてね、その可能性もあるかなんて思ってたのですが。
リカちゃんが覚醒剤の常用者だっていうのか。
That would be a plot twist and a half.
いえ、そうは申してませんよ。ただ、お醤油をもらいに行くついでに注射器を持っていくってのは、どう考えても変ですからね。
Is she gonna stab Mion with that? I have no idea what any of this means. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick.
大丈夫ですか？看護師さんを呼びましょうか？
大丈夫ですから。話の続きを。
まあ、注射器の話はそれだけです。それだけが個人的に気になったもので。リカさん、村のマスコットみたいなところがありましたからね。
Fucking mascot, bro.
今、村は騒然としてるみたいですよ。盲信してた年寄り方と、殺してしまった園崎家とで。
Yeah, that's gonna be tough. Now that it's
実効支
confirmed.
配していた御三家も、ほぼ全滅状態。こんなタイミングでまたダムの話が出てきたりしたら、今度こそ間違いなく敗損でしょうな。
もう俺、ひなみ沢とは関係ありませんから。
It actually was. I just said it because the thought about Shinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant, and I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly, and my mom asked if we were still talking.
ありゃ、無駄話が過ぎましたか。参ったな。
I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask, and if she could wait a bit longer.
そう手短にね。
There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son about.
日を改めた方が良さそうですね。
大石さん、ミオンは今、どうしてるんです？
Oh yeah, good question. I wanted to just hear the answer and get rid of him.
それを話す前に、前原さんに一個だけ、本当に正直に答えてもらいたいことがあります。
何ですか？
本当に真面目に答えてください。
He really is emphasizing this. What?
これ、いい加減なこと言っちゃうと、
Wow,
場合によっては
something super serious?
捜査かく乱と見られて、 告発される場合もありますからね。
He kept threatening me until the end. What the hell did he want?
前原さん、シオンさんを突き落とした犯人は誰だと思います？
Huh?
ミオンしか考えられないじゃないですか。
では、あなたを指したの
Is she saying it's impossible to be the same person because there was like too much distance because it happened in a similar time span or something?
何度も言わせないでください。ミオンですよ。園崎ミオン。
He smiled bitterly, then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. He should have expected that answer, and yet it looked as though he wasn't satisfied with it.
シオンを突き落として、俺を刺して、ミオンの犯行だって、さっき大石さんも認めたじゃないですか。
シオン殺しの犯人がミオンだという根拠は、隣人の男の証言によるものなんです。この隣人ってのは、実は暴力団組員、つまりシオンさんのボディーガードだったんですよ。
So he's saying it could be a biased testimony or something?
このうちのリーダー格が古参で、園崎姉妹が幼いうちから親身になってた男なんだそうで。
A man said this. The noise he heard from the next door was just like the sound of a fight between the sisters that he was used to hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other, and heard them struggling. At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got the manager to give him the key. He'd already decided he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. Then they saw that the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided to... It had to have been Mion. And that's how it happened.
つまり、壁越しに聞いたというだけなんです。しかもこのマンション、組の関係で住人がほとんどいないんです。ですから、この騒ぎを聞いてたのも彼らだけ。重ねて言えば、園崎ミオンを目撃した者は誰一人いないんです。
見なくったって、そんなの、ミオンの犯行だってわかるじゃないですか。
まあまあ。だから、つまりですね、あなただけが、あの晩、確かに園崎ミオンを目撃した唯一の人間ってことになるんです。もう一人の目撃者のシオンさんは生きておられませんからね。
大石さんが何を言いたいのか、よくわからないんですけど。
See ya, Bill. Have a good one. At that point, he paused. The fact that this was a non-smoking area completely slipped his mind, and he took out his pack of cigarettes again. He lit one with his lighter and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke.
あなた、本当に園崎ミオンに刺されたんですか？
Well, that's a question. Holy.
はい、間違いなく。
The smoke he breathed out floated away, like a thundercloud swept away by the wind.
大石さん、ここ禁煙です。看護師さんに怒られますよ。
実は、園崎ミオンも、井戸の底から見つかったんですよ。
I mean, I mean, Yeah, of course. What? Cool.
転落死です。あの井戸の隠し通路から逃げ出そうとしてはしごを降りる途中に足を踏み外し。
So they thought she died accidentally while making her escape attempt? Because she was dead down there?
そこまで転落し、
What?
首の骨を折って死亡したとみられます。
Huh.
はい。シオンさんと同じにね。
So they both died this by falling?
首の骨を。
But also on separate days? Separate incidents? But there was also the arguing.
あの日、前原さんを気絶させた後、園崎美音は隠し井戸から外へ逃れようとして、足を踏み外して死んだのです。まるで、そこに突き落とした他の犠牲者の死体に呼び寄せられるようにね。
それじゃあ、おかしいじゃないですか。
検視の結果、間違いなく、あの日に死亡したものと確認されました。あなたとシオンさんを襲ってからあそこに戻ったんじゃない。あの日に、すでに死んでいたんです。
My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. Then there wouldn't have been anyone else to do it.
じゃあ、誰が俺とシオンを襲ったんですか？誰が？
あなたを襲った、園崎美音なのに園崎美音じゃない。
Doppelganger shit or something?
何者かですよ。
The fuck? My mind had become a complete mess and I was starting to lose my ability to just think straight.
高野美音さんの死、覚えてますか？
We're back to this now. Yeah, it was the fucking oil drum, right? That she was like burnt alive or something.
え？高野さん？あ、はい。確か、遠くの山の中で焼け死んだって聞いたような。
あれは考察された後に焼かれたことが分かっています。検視したのは岐阜県警さんなんですけどね。これがちょっとおかしいんですよ。初期の検視結果では死後24時間経過って出ちゃったんです。辻褄が合わないってことで大慌てで当日死亡って改ざんしたらしいんですが。
Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of that. I didn't understand the complex things he was telling me.
この死後24時間って検視結果、うちの鑑識のじじいが言うにはですね、かなり信頼できるものらしいんです。
So it doesn't match with what would make sense.
つまりどういうことか。これは何度も聞いた質問になりますが。
So she was dead for a longer period than, you know, what makes sense basically, right?
あなた、綿流しの晩、高野美音さんに会ってますよね。
So he's saying it's a different one. Because that one they found in the drum, assuming the autopsy was correct, which he seems to imply that they don't really make mistakes, was already burned by that point. So there's again another potential doppelganger thingy.
合ってます。
The fuck?
その前日、お祭りの準備の日にも会ってますよね。私もその時お会いしてますし。
ええ、合ってますよ。
死後24時間ってことは、
Yeah.
お祭りの前日の晩には、もう死んでるってことになるんですよ。
So who the fuck was that at the storehouse?
そんなはず。
お祭りの準備の時には生きていた。でも、あなたたちと一緒に西宮殿に忍び込んだ時、高野さんはもうお亡くなりになっていたのです。
The origin of all that happened, the beginning of everything, our intrusion in the storehouse, which I had come to regret countless times, the one who tempted me, Takano. when she invited us to the store, how she was already no longer of this world.
今回の事件、死
This
人が
is
歩き回りすぎなんです
crazy,
よ。
bro. An incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person.
園崎美音の死亡時間を事件当日ではなく、あなたを刺した直後に改ざんせよとの圧力も来てるみたいです。
Huh.
この事件をとっとと終わらせようとする外圧でしょうね。ですので、今の話はどうか他言無用に願いますよ。
He grabbed his jacket and I was hanging on the chair, put out his cigarette with the bottom of his foot, and started pretending to wave away the smoke floating around.
長居しました。あなたにとっての事件をせめて終わらせてあげようと思って来たつもりだったんですがね。かえって煙に巻いちゃったようで。
Yeah, one could say that. Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak out of the corner of his eye.
もしも今後話したいことができたらいつでもお電話ください。さっきのお土産の中に私の名刺が入ってます。
He just leaves him with all that info. That's crazy.
その時はまた素敵なお土産を持って
He's gonna get more porn.
行きますよ。
Wow. He seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something? I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know.
では、またいつかお会いしましょう。お大事に。
Slam. I listened to the tap 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 of him walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. Oh, hello, CG. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to me? What was over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. Oh. What? Wait. What the fuck? An arm covered in fresh blood came out underneath the bed. What the fuck is happening? I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear.
ケイちゃん。だから言ったでしょ?
I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. What the fuck? I still recognized it as Beyond's voice.
なんだ、ミオン。
What are you talking about?
何を言ったって
What are you talking about?
私、あの日に警告したよ。今日以降、私の姿を見たとしても、それは私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだよって。
そうだな。言ってたよな。ごめん。ちょっと注意が足らなかったな。だから刺されちゃったんだな。
My bad, I guess. XD. Possibly wounds sustained from when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arms slowly felt about on top of the bed, searching for mine.
あのさ、ミオ。俺今、こんな冗談を考えたんだ。聞いてくれるか？
What the fuck? The Mion under the bed didn't answer.
例えばさ、俺が今日、ここで死んじゃうんだよ。だけども、明日以降もここにいて、普通に生活してみせるんだよ。で、後で、それが大石のやつに分かって、またしても死亡日時が合わない。
Oh my god, dude.
死んだはずの人間が生活していたって言って、泡を食って大騒ぎするんだよ。高野さんにミオ、 そして俺で3人目。な？面白いだろ？笑えるだろ？
ケイちゃん。
笑えよ。それとも、あんまり面白くなかったか？
Her blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard as if scratching me.
加減しろよ。痛いって。
ケイちゃん。迎えに来たよ。
I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held with it was unbelievable and I couldn't. He was only gripping one wrist and yet my whole body wouldn't move. I couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart and I couldn't make a fist either. And that fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt the crooked nail press against my left pinky fingertip. Oh, hell no. Oh my god. Oh my god. You can see in the mirror. You can look at the mirror. Look at the mirror too. Mion's forehead was split open and with a face covered with blood, she smiled and got right up just behind me.
何も終わってない。何も終わってない。この事件は
Never has been,
終わって
dude.
なんかない。
Never has been.
まだ続いてる。まだまだ続いてる。誰か、この事件
No,
を
we're
終わら
not
せてく
19.
だ
I
さ
already
い。
said that earlier. I assume you joined recently, but there's zero chance we're doing it tomorrow.
この残酷で無残で気の毒で悲しい。この事件を終わらせてください。それだけが、俺の望みです。
あの時、一つ叶えてあげたでしょ？今度はダメ。
She firmly held the nail down on my fingertip, and with her other hand she slowly swung a mallet up in the air and...
What the fuck, man? What the fuck is this game? What the fuck is this game, bro?
Okay. Oh, we still got the bonus. This like the first chapter, it had a bonus as well. The last nail achievement for completing Watanagashi. Well, I guess at this point we might as well go overtime. Because, you know, it would be pointless to just come back and do a bonus thingy. It wasn't super long in the first game either, so I assume it's not super long in this one either. Dude, for what, right? I mean, clearly there's a lot of really weird stuff going on. So we're just gonna do the bonus now as well, and then probably conclude today. All cast review session is a go. Now they're gonna be like, haha, did you enjoy that? I bet you're confused. And I'm like, yeah, I am. Yeah, we're back at the... Yeah, it's the same again. We're at the like restaurant and now the cast is like, hey, how was that? Was that great? Oh, that was like, remember that part? Oh, that was great, dude. There you immediately. Fuck off, dude. It was great. Oh, hey.
プンプンってございますことよ。プンプンなのです。
いやー、みんなお疲れ。まあ、その何？終わり方こそあれだったけど、今回のシナリオは事実上ミオン編みたいなもんだったんじゃない？
I guess.
私大活躍で大満足。にゃはははは。
あんなの大活躍とは言いませんですわ。
Yeah, I saw some other people saying similar stuff, Bill, that some people that have already read through all this once themselves are seeing some stuff that they may have not realized from their first playthrough, now with hindsight. Don't know what any of that is, obviously, myself, because this is my first read-through, but... Maybe you can get something more out of it then, yeah?
聡子はただのとばっちりなのですよ。わあんな死に方嫌なのですな。ほら泣かないで。
Honestly, I think this chapter was much more brutal than the first one. First one had like then, you know, the classics like, oh, he eats like a fucking pie that has like, what was it, nails in it and whatnot, you know, like psychological horror stuff. We had the door scene and whatnot, but my god, did they tune it up to like, to a new level with the brutalness and the sadness with this one. Like, holy fuck, dude. I think this was definitely worse than the, like, well, not worse as in like I hate it, but worse as in like, god, that was terrifying than the first one.
今から楽しみだね。きっと聡子がひどい目にあってじわりじわりといたぶり回される話に違いないね。
Well, I can always come up with theories, Bill, but I'm usually sort of someone that is bad at coming up with theories, and I just kind of like going with the flow, and then, you know, instead of trying to maybe actually come up with stuff that makes sense, you know, completely get mind blown when you actually get the real answers. Punch!
兄ちゃん、悪ふざけが過ぎるとレナもちょっとだけ怒るよ。ミーがぺったんこなのです。
Wow, that's not true though. What are you talking about?
なでなでしたくても頭がわからないのです。
Oh, did you see that? I played that smart. Well,
転んできましたわ。不節操な体です。
Hey, it's the ending. That was the ending. Oh my god, of course they're gonna bring everyone back, yeah? Again.
また遅れて申し訳ありませんね。
I probably already asked this when I first completed the first chapter, but how long were the pauses between these parts coming out? Because they were not like bundled together, right? They were released in like parts. So how long was the wait time between parts usually? When the game originally came out? Few months? That's kinda crazy.
really? Come on.
I thought it was be longer than that. I guess I'm used to modern games taking forever to come out between parts.
もちろん来てますよ。
Oh wow, even her.
今日はお招きいただきありがとうございますね。
Hey, it's where you work, XD.
ここ座ってもいい？
2 years for the whole game. That's pretty impressive. Oh, hello.
これだけ一堂に集まると圧巻ね。どうかお手柔らかに。
じゃあ始めても大丈夫かな。これで全員かな。圭一を除けば全員なのです。
ってことは、前原さんは相変わらず収録が終わってなくて、早々に次回シナリオの台本読みなんです。
Script recording.
気の毒な話ね。私たちだけで盛り上がっちゃ悪い気がするわ。
高野さん、そんなの気にしなくていいんですよ。こういう時は思いっきり盛り上がった方がかえって気を使わせないもんなんです。
それもそうですわね。せっかくこれだけ集まったのにお通夜じゃつまらないですわ。
じゃあ圭一君には悪いけど僕たちでやらせてもらおうか。
Womp womp.
そうなれば決まりだね。じゃあみんなコップコップ。炭酸が嫌いな人いる？
大人の皆さんにはアルコールもありますよ。
リカちゃんは何を飲む？ブドウジュース？オレンジジュース？
富武のと同じ泡麦茶がいいのです。
Wow.
こーらリカちゃんもお酒はダメ。
True.
一冊
みんなコップ持ちましたですよ。早く乾杯しないとジュースがぬるくなってしまいますわ。
おねえ、温度は誰が取るの？レナでいいでしょ。じゃあレナよろしく。
Oh my god, of course she's... Yeah.
ではゴン、みんな綿流し 終了。お疲
Yay.
れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
Well, there it is.
じゃあみんな揃ったんだしね。また今回のシナリオを議論してみないかい？
そうですね。じゃあ自由意見でいきましょうか。誰か意見のある人はいますか？意見も何も今回のシナリオで謎は全て解けたのではありませんこと。
No, there it is, I guess.
犯人はミオンさん。諸悪の根源は全部その崎家。
Yeah, it's all that simple.
それで決着でございませんの？
Roll the credits.
そうだね。みーちゃんは犯人じゃないって信じてたんだけどな。
大穴ですよ。こんなのは前回の鬼隠しから十分予想できたことじゃないですか。
Sure.
むしろ予想通りすぎて呆れちゃうくらいですよ。
Wow, making fun of itself.
そうですね。前回のシナリオをプレイされた方の予想の大多数と合致するんじゃないでしょうかね。
みんなの期待通りの展開になったみたいなのです。じゃあこれで日暮の泣く頃に水のメインシナリオは
Yeah, I'm sure it
終
is.
わりなのかな。全ての元凶はみーちゃんの園崎家で決まり？
そうかしら。私はむしろこれで園崎家犯人説はなくなったと思ってるくらいだけれど。
Yeah, the drug addict line was like, yeah, okay. The first conclusion you make.
私も同じ意見。私はタタリなんか信じないけど、でも少なくとも園崎家が真犯人である確率は薄くなったと思ってるね。
どうしてなの？だってみーちゃんがみんなを殺したって自供したじゃない。
They're definitely hinting stuff.
そうですわ。私とリカを殺しておいて今さら犯人じゃないなんてどういう意味なんですの？
So weird to see characters talk about their own deaths.
別に煙に巻くつもりはないよ。たださ、私ミオンが全ての犯人だとするにはいろいろと無理が多いんだよ。ちょっと考えればすぐわかるよ。
僕は園崎家犯人説の近からず遠からずに真相があると確信してるんだけど、ぜひミオンちゃんの説が聞きたいね。
ではご拝聴。
Okay.
ラストで私がさ、過去の事件に自分は全て関与しているって白状するでしょ。
Sure.
あそこで感じた大きな違和感が根拠かな。だって考えてみなよ。過去の事件が園崎家の起こしたものならすごいことだよ。だってどれもほぼ完全犯罪でしょ。園崎家以外の犯人や事故で決着するという究極の犯罪だもの。そりゃそうでしょう。だって大きな力を持つ園崎家が暗躍してるんだもん。
So they're saying like they were too well known to be caused by them? I mean,
完全犯罪なんてお茶の子さいさいでしょ。そこが違和感なんだよ。過去4年間園崎本家の気配を全く感じさせずに、
yeah, way to make yourself look better.
そこへ行くと5年目の事件はすごくチープなんだよ。手当たり次第に片っ端から消して殺して、しかも園崎家とのつながりは簡単に看破できちゃうしさ。
Sure.
そう言われてみればそうだね。過去の事件はたたりとも犯罪ともつかない不思議な連続事件だったけど、今回の5年目の事件だけはすごく乱暴だった。
I mean, yeah, there's definitely been some inconsistencies.
何を言ってるのかよくわかりませんわ。リカにはわかります？つまり園崎家が本当に犯人なら5年目の事件ももっともっと上手にやったと言っているのですよ。
Sure.
じゃあつまり何ですの？私とリカを殺したのはミオンさんではなく、ミオンさんに取り付いた鬼の仕業だったってことですの？ほら
Clearly.
やっぱり前回の私の予想通りミオンさんは悪い人じゃなかったのです。
Kinda crazy to say about that from your killer, but yeah, true.
そう
Why not?
レナもさとこちゃんも何かが取り付いて悪いことをしてるって意見だったもんね。じゃあやっぱり私たちの説は正しかったのかな。
私も前回から引き続きたたり説ですが、今回のシナリオでさらに確信を深めましたよ。ラストのラストで私が明かす目撃されていたにもかかわらずその数日前に死んでいたという高野さんやミオンさんの情報はまさにそれを裏付けると思います。
あらあら、前回は弱かったたたり派が今回は随分強気ね。
Curse gang.
人間犯人説の皆さんには反論はないのかしら。
前回人間犯人説だったのは確かみーちゃんの。
I guess they have different like theory camps. My curse gang. I don't even know what gang I'm on, honestly. I have no concrete like belief, I would say.
では張り切って反論をお願いします。
参ったな。うまい言葉が思いつかないな。
たたり派の根拠の一つが合わない死亡時刻なんですよね。じゃあそのトリックを崩せれば人間犯人説は立証できるわけですね。
I guess. True. Gao gang theory. Let's get it. True.
シオンには何かいい反論があるの？
The one correct theory.
まあ一応。でも私、人間犯人説ではお姉と同じ意見ですけど、園崎家が主犯だと思っている点ではお姉とは違いますよ。それでも良ければ反論してみせますけど。
何でも結構ですわ。これがたたりじゃないというならその証拠を示してごらんなさいませ。
じゃあシオンちゃん、さっきから話題になってるラストのトリック。ミオンちゃんは事件当日に井戸に落ちて死んでいたにもかかわらず、数日後に現れて圭一君とあなたを殺したのはどうやってなのかしら。
ズバリ園崎姉妹共犯説です。
Conspiracy?
理由は簡単だって、お姉はあの時点でもう死んでるんですから、ケイちゃんをさせるのは私しかい
That
な
would be
い
a
んです。
classic, I guess, yeah.
私がお姉の変装してケイちゃんを刺す。そして実質へ戻り、幽霊との取っ組み合いの狂言をして。
I mean, that would make it like a human theory, I guess, but still, eh.
強いて言えばこの場合のミオンちゃんは泥をかぶる役だね。村長さんたちに直接手を下し、シオンちゃんはただの被害者の形にする。そして井戸の中に姿を隠していれば、変装したシオンちゃんが神出鬼没にいくらでも殺人を犯せるって寸法さ。
なるほどね。だとするとミオンさんにとっての誤算は2つ。死体が見つかってしまったことと、隠れているだけのつもりが死んでしまった。
Unlucky bad.
ってことになるわけですね。
あれれれ、確かになんとなく辻褄が合うような。
でもやっぱり納得できないでしょう。過去の完全犯罪の華麗さと違いすぎるもの。
Enjoys trolling the viewers. Yeah, I mean, obviously, honestly, knowing this, honestly, one of these theories could actually be correct, but I assume none of them are. But I wouldn't even discount the fact that some could be completely correct, or at least partially correct.
一生隠れて、あるいはシオンのふりをしたりして生きていかなきゃならないんでしょ。窮屈すぎ。こんなの完全犯罪とは言わないって。
つまり死ぬにせよ消えるにせよ、ミーはいなくなってしまうわけなのです。
リカちゃま、それいい意見。つまり園崎ミオンが表舞台からいなくなるのは彼女らのシナリオの一部だと思うわけです。だからラストでミオンはポンポンと過去の事件の罪をかぶるんですよ。全部の事件の責任を一身に引き受けて退場。そうすることで過去の事件の真犯人を隠蔽できる。つまり今年の事件はチープなんかじゃなく、過去の事件を丸ごと完全犯罪にするための締めくくりの事件、そういう位置づけになるのかな。
一番疑われている園崎家の若き当主が全てを自白して失踪。彼女もしくは 園崎家以外の真犯人にとってこれほど美味しい結末はないってことになるのかしらね。
話が全然わかりませんのよ。ミオンさんが罪をかぶるってどういう意味ですの？犯人なんじゃないんですの？
つまりね、連続開始事件の真犯人が別にいるの。その人を守るためにみーちゃんが過去の事件も全て自分が起こしたと嘘の告白をしたってみんなは言ってるの。
これは劇中のセリフになりますが、
She really needs to grow up to be a police officer, I guess.
確かにちょっと説得力を感じますよ。
真の犯人をごまかすために起こした事件、それが私の推理。さらに言えばその真の犯人は園崎家以外の存在だと思うんだけどね。
4年連続で完全犯罪に成功した謎の人物をさらに守るためにミオンちゃんが起こした捜査か乱の事件ということかしら。
そういうことです。鬼隠しのシナリオで名前だけ登場した監督ってのがかなり
They're like, hey, remember this guy who was the thing?
すごいです。実に辻褄が合いますのですよ。
私はそれでも園崎家プラス姉妹が犯人だと思ってますけどね。御三家による古いしがらみを断ち切るために姉妹が起こした過去の清算のための事件。
Is Kachira at the end of the sentence mean? Kachi is it's mostly it's like it means it's like it's value. It's Kachi is usually for value. So when someone says like something is like Kachi, it means like it has value. It's something you should consider, basically. Stuff like that.
それが私の推理です。
That's basically what it is.
過去の清算ってのはつまり
Kachi is also like I think is the word they use for price as well. But yeah, kachi is like something has merit, value, consider it, you know, stuff like that.
暗躍の歴史に終止符を打つため、御三家の罪を
Oh yeah, if you're talking about Kashira, that's different thing. Kashira is like, I suppose, like yeah, I guess, stuff like that. There's multiple ways of saying that too, but that's one that, you know, usually like ladies tend to use, like finer ladies.
そういうことです。私たち姉妹が悩みに悩み抜いた末に選んだ悲しい物語だったというわけです。できすぎですね。
Real overworking hours today? Well, we also started later today, but it is still overworking regardless, yeah? Because there's no way I want to come back to this like just to finish the bonus thing, so we're gonna do the bonus thing at the end as well, yeah?
あれあれ？なんだかリカちゃんにも意見がありそうだね。リカちゃんもどうぞ。では皆さんに質問なのです。ケイチはどうして刺されなければいけないのですか？
There's a question too.
そんなのは決まってますわよ。入っちゃいけない細具店に勝手に入ったから決まってますわ。
The low-hanging fruit, I guess.
こうして思い返すと、他のシナリオでも死んだ富武さんと高野さんの死もきっと細具殿に忍び込んだせいってことなんでしょうな。ありゃ
おかしなことになってきたわね。
Damn, what a blue balls moment.
おかしなことって何がですか？
あ、レナさん、そうですわ。思い出してくださいませ。
そうなのです。例えば鬼隠しのシナリオではケイチは細具殿には忍び込んでいないのに命を狙われているのです。
True. And also I'm pretty sure Takano disappeared instead of them finding the corpse. Probably died though, let's be real. But they didn't find the corpse at least. Unlike in chapter 2.
だからケイチ君も命を狙われたんだよ。
それはおかしいでしょう。だったらケイちゃんの両親だって襲われていいはず。どう見ても両親に危機が迫っていたようには見えないね。今回だけでなく他のシナリオでも。
さあさあ、人間犯人説の皆様方、 圭一さんが狙われる理由がちゃんと説明できませんと、人間が犯人とは立証できませんでしたよ。
でもたたり説だとしても、やはり前原さんが前回も今回も襲われる理由が分かりませんけどね。
もう一息で解明できそうだったけど。
Stay tuned for episode 3.
やっぱり謎はたくさん残ってるみたいだね。
圭一くん以外の人の死には何かしら理由が見つけられるんだけど、圭一くんだけなぜかいつも曖昧。鬼隠しでもたらい回しでも、そして今回の綿流しでも、西宮殿に踏み入るのとは無関係に狙われてる。
いや。
では今回だけではなく他のシナリオでも殺されるようなことをしちゃってるんじゃありませんこと？
なるほど。他のシナリオと今回の前原さんの行動に共通項が見つけられれば、それが全体の事件の謎を解く鍵になりそうですね。
ざっとシナリオを読み比べたけど、圭一君なりに日々を送ってると思うよ。西宮殿の一件さえ除けば、圭一君の日々の暮らしに不審な点は見当たらないけどな。
圭一君、今回と他のシナリオの時に何をやったのかな。殺されるような悪いこと。
迷った時には本人に聞いてみるのが一番なのですよ。
Is he on the phone?
ほほう、俺が一人寂しく次回の台本読みをしている間に、みんなはそういう話題で盛り上がっていたわけか。ほう。
というわけなの。だからね、圭一君の自分の胸に聞いてみてほしいんだけど。
ケイちゃん、殺されるようなどんな悪いことをやったわけ？
私にいつも働いている狼藉のせいに違いないですわ。僕に時々危ない視線を向けて妄想に浸っている顔はまさに犯罪者そのものなのです。
そうそう、年頃の女の子たちに囲まれて毎日幸せってのがそもそもの罪のような気がするな。
Oh yeah, Bill, I was kind of expecting that already, but just for a like future hindsight, it might be obvious that it's gonna be a recurring thing, but I've never, I don't know for sure if it's gonna be a recurring thing. So like I thought it might be, so it's not that bad, but try not to say stuff that you know from hindsight, because you know, like now I can expect none of them are gonna really mess up the formula too much, then, you know, for instance. So no info is the best, you know, of any kind.
それは確かに重罪ですね。前原さん、実に羨ましい主人公役ですよ。
You're digging deeper into it. Oh no.
たまには変わってください。
まあ確かにあれだけ役得がいろいろあれば、最後にちょっと刺されるくらいお安いご用よね。
というわけで圭一さん、あなたの犯した罪を思い出しまして。
He jerks it off too much.
今回も他のシナリオでも清く正しく生きてる俺がいつもラストはひどい目に。その上さらに自分の胸に聞いてみろだと。痛いのは俺の方だぞ。これは何かの謀略だ。
To be honest, he's still kind of a dummy in the last story, but yeah, true, he is gonna getting fucked otherwise.
かわいそうかわいそうです。今度頭をなでなでしてあげますですよ。
今回のシナリオを読んだ上で改めて鬼隠しを読むべきかな。
Yeah, let me just reread chapter 1 immediately after.
私はミオンの立場になって綿流しを読み返してみるよ。ケイちゃんの立場で読んだ時とは違う発見があるかもね。
私は鬼の仕業だとずーっと思ってますのよ。すべての現象とトリックはすべて鬼で説明がつきますのよ。
なんだかプラズマみたいなのです。
プラズマ。
プレイしてくださった皆さんはどうお感じになりましたか？ぜひ先に進む前にいろいろと推理してみてくださいね。
まだまだ先は長いですけど、頑張ってくださいね。
ファイト。
それでは引き続き日暮らしの泣く頃に推をお楽しみください。
Well, there it is. There it is. Wow. Yeah, I'm sure when these were like when you hit a wall and everything wasn't out, people were absolutely scouring through, going back and trying to come up with stuff. Nowadays, you don't really need to do that because everything is out and you can just get to the answers eventually anyway. But I can imagine on stuff like that. Look at all the achievements. I should have all of them now, right? I do! 100% done! Woo! We did it, boys! We did it! Giga overtime, but we did it! Finally! Higurashi Chapter 2 Watanagashi done! We're done with 2 chapters. Probably still a lot to go, but progress was made. And next time we'll probably try and continue. This is probably going to be a small break now. Somewhat of a break. Because I kind of want to finish Umineko Chapter 2 since we're well on our way to or through that as well. Just read the introduction page of the next chapter for some blue balls. I'm not going to do it right now though, because I really need to go. I haven't had any time to do anything pre the stream because I had such a busy morning with the doctors and everything, so I just gotta go. I also gotta work on one sponsored thing. I gotta grab some dinner. I have a thing later. There's a lot of stuff. But yeah, hey, great stream. Glad to have still been here, obviously, even though there was a small delay because of the doctor's appointment, but everything went well and we finished this, so great. Now, apologies, obviously. We didn't do the free-to-play. I didn't realize this was going to be as crazy long as it was, okay? So, we'll try and do it tomorrow. I know it was going to be yesterday, and then it was going to be today, and it wasn't on either, but we'll try and do some stuff with it tomorrow, okay? So, hopefully that's fine. But wow, crazy. That was good. That was very good. But yeah, for today, hey, thank you for the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits, set of follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here, hanging out with me today on this Thursday stream. I know these VN streams are never really all that popular, but it's very cool to see people tune into them anyway. At least a good amount of people regardless, so thank you for joining me. God. And speaking of VNs, Tsukihime Remake is back on the menu this week, so we're going to continue on that on Sunday as well. So, yay for more CL route. Pog. But yeah, that'll do it for me today. Tomorrow we'll be back normal time. This time should be no delays or anything. We're going to play some Uma Musume and hopefully finally do some free-to-play stuff as well. Great. Yeah, going to be hopefully good. Also, hey, get your subsat votes locked in. You have time until the end of tomorrow's stream. I believe the reserved game is golf with your friends. Oh, the joy that we will have on Saturday, I'm sure. But yeah, having said that, have a great rest of your Friday or Saturday. Wait, no. Thursday or Friday. I got ahead of myself. Wherever it is you're at. And we'll be back tomorrow. Same time as always.